Well, good morning, Corporations Committee and members of the gallery. Welcome to day 2 of the Corporations meeting. We are pleased to be joined by Representative McGuire and Representative LeBeau online. Thank you both for being here remotely this morning. And we will await a couple more of our colleagues who are running a bit late this morning. I do want to make the committee and the members of the public aware of some schedule changes. And I know we've had many this week, and so trying to accommodate schedules of people who are testifying and the state elections director. We did move up, I think everyone in the committee saw on Tuesday. We had a rewrite and moved the afternoon up to the morning to ensure some of our staff could be here. Because we do have people who would like to testify from both the East Coast, the West Coast, and the Alaskan coast, and it's a little early in Alaska still, we are going to hold off on the Utah and the Alaska model until about 10 o'clock to make sure they're awake and have had some coffee and can testify for us. So with that, we're actually going to start on 23 LSO Draft 189, the election equipment federal certification, and spend today on Secretary of State and election issues. With that, I'd be pleased to call up the Secretary of State's office for just some updates. Not sure if anybody from the office is planning. Morning. So apparently there have been some changes and things for the last couple of months between now and our last meeting. So perhaps Deputy Secretary of State, we'll kick it off with you and go from there. Any opening comments and anything new and updates from your office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Karen Wheeler, the Deputy Secretary of State. So yes, since your last meeting in Casper, there have been a few changes in the Secretary of State's office. As you all know, Secretary Buchanan resigned on September 15th. And as he was leaving, we told him that we believe he has now accomplished a trifecta. He has served in the legislative branch, the executive branch, and now the judicial branch. So we know he'll do a wonderful job as a judge. After his resignation, Governor Gordon did appoint Secretary Carl Allred to our office, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with him these last 2 weeks. Also, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this will be my last Joint Corporations Committee meeting. I have promised to stay through the end of the year as we have projects on our plate. We have a general election coming, and we have a new secretary that we will be transitioning in. So after the first of the year, I will see what opportunities are out in the private sector for me to serve my state after 37 years of serving in the Secretary of State's office. So, Mr. Chairman, those are our updates, and I'd be happy to turn it over to Secretary Allred for some comments as well.
Secretary Allred, good morning. Welcome to Corporations and a new role. Any comments you'd like to address the committee with as we start out our morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate being here and all of your guys' attention to these matters. We're starting off with 189. I believe I'd turn that over to Kai Schoen, our Director of Elections, and I think that maybe Andrea might have some on this as we go forward. So, thank you.
All right, certainly work our way through the process this morning. Committee, just any opening comments or questions for our new Secretary of State while I have him up? We'll probably bring him up a couple more times, but just checking with you right now. Seeing none, turning it over to our State Election Director, Mr. Schoen. Welcome, Kai, and thank you for being able to be here with us this morning, and we're happy to have accommodated everyone's schedules and pulling you up first thing at 8:30 on a Friday before your competition this evening. For those of you who are not aware, the largest fundraiser in Laramie County is held tonight, Dancing with the Stars, and one of the 6 contestants is our very own State Elections Director. So, yeah. With that, welcome, Kai. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Again, Kai Schoen, Election Director in the Secretary of State's office. And I was actually grateful to be a part of this meeting here. I thought I might escape it, being my last opportunity in front of you all. I'm sure you've also have read or have seen the news that this will be my last general election, and I'll be also leaving the Secretary of State's office towards the end of this year. And so I'm happy to be here, talk through these, I think, really important subjects, especially the one we're about to talk about here in any minute. And I'm not sure if you'd want me to start into that or if you had LSO to come and introduce the bill. I'm not sure what you would like to do with that, Mr. Chairman.
It's a good question. So at our last meeting, we did ask for LSO to draft 189. And Josh, if you do have any opening comments as a drafter of the bill, certainly welcome LSO to hear them.
Mr. Chairman, actually, Talise drafted that one. I think she's prepared to walk you guys through the bill.
Our newest LSO attorney, Ms. Hanson, welcome. I'm glad we saved you a chair up front.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hanson, LSO. I am presenting Bill Draft 23, LSO 189 on federal certification of electronic voting systems. So this bill codifies the Secretary of State's rules regarding the federal certification of electronic voting systems. So page 2 of the bill draft adds a definition of vendor into the definitions section. Page 2 also amends 22-11-103, and it adds that every electronic voting system must be certified by the Secretary of State as provided in the new subsections D through G of this section. Subsection D states that the vendor must file an application for certification of an electronic voting system, and the Secretary of State must approve the application before the electronic voting system may be sold or upgraded. Subsection D then lists what documentation the vendor must include in its application for certification. Some of this documentation that's required includes proof that the electronic voting system has been certified by the United States Election Assistance Commission and that it meets the voluntary voting system guidelines. The staff comment on page 4 highlights that the committee may wish to consider establishing a timeline for how many days after the vendor files the application for certification that the Secretary of State must approve or deny the application. Subsection E on page 4 sets forth the reasons that the Secretary of State may deny an application for certification or withdraw the certification of electronic voting system. And the first reason is if there are significant problems with the electronic voting system. The second reason is if the Secretary of State determines that the electronic voting system fails to meet the requirements necessary for approval. And the third one is if the vendor fails to notify the Secretary of State of the necessary enhancements or adjustments to the electronic voting system. The staff comment on page 5 highlights that the term significant problems may be ambiguous, so you may want to consider adding a more legally established term there. Subsection F states that before any new electronic voting system is purchased by the state or county, it must be certified under this section. And then subsection G provides that every county must keep an inventory of all the electronic voting systems being used, and it lists what that inventory must entail in paragraphs 1 through 5, and then it provides for an effective date. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hanson? Not seen it this time. Thank you very much, Talise. So with that, State Elections Director, any comments you have on this bill draft or how it would interface with your office? And I assume we'll call the county clerks up in a second as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Kai Schoen, Election Director, Secretary of State's Office. I appreciate the committee taking up this bill on the draft that you all have before you. Federal certification, it's nothing new. It's actually, ever since we've had federal requirements, we've been adhering to them here in Wyoming. So really for the last 16 years. So this doesn't really establish anything new. It really just simply protects that process by codifying it. I mean, roughly 40 states require some aspect of federal certification, but all states and territories actually use systems that have been through a federal certification process. So essentially we have 3 large vendors. You've probably heard of them by name: Election Systems and Software, which is what we use in our state, across the state. You have Dominion Voting Systems, as well as Hart Intercivic. And so those are your 3 main vendors around the state that go through this process of federal certification. So again, this just really kind of protects that process. And so we do have, or I do have a couple of amendments to offer if it would be an appropriate time to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, I think if you'd like to offer them up and we can talk them at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will begin on page 2, and this has to deal with the definition of vendor on lines 9 through 11. It's currently in the definition section, and was thinking that maybe this might be better placed within Chapter 11, where we're talking about voting systems and specifying that it applies to that chapter. Should there be other vendor mentions throughout the election code that have a different purpose, it won't tie them to this particular type of vendor, if you will. That's voting system specific. And so may want to consider moving the definition of vendor into Chapter 11 and wanted to add just some language to it. And it begins on line 11, right after voting systems, to insert for tabulating election results. So it's really specific to our machines that are tabulating these results, as well as the electionware computers in the counties that are collating those results. So it's pretty finite in its scope, because that's really what the federal certification is. It's for these systems and it's software that's tabulating, collating these results and generating those reports. The next amendment I would like to propose to the committee is on page 4. Actually, sorry, page 3, on line 21, to strike the word and then on page 4, adding a new subsection 6, not subsection, new Romanet 6, that would say, actually, give me a second here. You have, okay, thank you. And 6 would say the checksum value associated with the escrowed source code for the electronic voting system and system components for which certification is being sought. And we can provide that language. The gist behind that is whatever version of software, hardware that the voting system vendor has certified at the federal level, when they give it to us, when they give it to the counties, this would allow us to validate what they gave us is in fact the very same thing that was certified at the federal level. There's been question about, how do we validate that? And so this would put that into code and require us to be able to validate that they gave us what has been certified.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kai, do you have a comment about or to add into your amendment? Do you have anything about the staff comment in terms of timeline?
Mr. Schoen, if you do.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan. Yes, in fact, I don't know that it's anything that needs to be considered at this time. The reason being is a vendor can send us certification, an application for certification at any time. If they were to send it to us, let's say in the beginning of an election year, and maybe there's pieces to that upgrade, if you will, that really aren't necessary, crucial for any reason at all, then we'd be in a position to make a decision on something that would be an upgrade, but we don't want to do it right now because we have an election coming up. And so currently we don't have any timeframes established for a response, and it seems to serve us well. So I don't know that it's necessary, though it is a good comment.
Other amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There's 3. Keep going.
So on page 4, this actually gets to the next staff comment in regards to the significant problems, because we do agree that that is a bit ambiguous, certainly not defined. And we don't think that Romanet 1 is really altogether useful. I think we can simply remove that entire Romanet. And in removing it entirely, so lines 21 through 23, omitting those. And then we can add, starting on line 25, the language at the very beginning saying a county clerk notifies the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State determines that the electronic voting system fails to meet, and it goes on. So it just adds in the beginning there, a county clerk notifies the Secretary of State and continues as written. Kind of brings elements of Romanet 1 into 2 without that ambiguous language. Oh, I missed a piece here too. Thank you, Director Byrne. Appreciate that. So after the or on page 4, is it before? Oh, yes, sorry. So it is right before that semicolon. We have approval of certification and then adding or ongoing certification. Or ongoing certification.
And so while we're taking discussion of the bill, you'll make sure LSO has that correct language you'd like. And one of you is looking where in Chapter 11 to put that new definition. Okay, keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last comment that I have on this bill is it's really a question. I don't have the final answer to this yet, but it's more of a suggestion because we currently have rules in place that has a lot of this very same language. And something that I think could be helpful if this is possible is that when this bill, if it becomes effective, that it also simultaneously would rescind or supersede the rules that are currently in place. I don't think it's necessary to have them both going at the same time, and it would save us from going through the process with the new administration of repealing those rules. So the suggestion is, can this bill, if it becomes effective, supersede those rules currently in place?
So I'll start your morning off with a hardball. There's various people out in the state of Wyoming who are complaining about electronic voting altogether, and they don't trust it, any number of accusations, allegations. The way we read this language, could the Secretary of State unilaterally say no more electronic voting in the state of Wyoming, even if a county clerk wanted to, with the language currently in this bill?
Mr. Chairman, good question. The intent of this here, I believe, is to protect Wyoming being in a situation where we're no longer using federally certified equipment. It certainly would put the Secretary in a position to no longer approve new equipment, but it would mean that the equipment we still have had been federally certified at one point, if that answers your question.
Well, we'll follow it up. Can a county still use non-federally certified voting equipment if a county clerk wanted to?
Mr. Chairman, was your question, can you repeat your question?
So the way I read the legislation, Secretary of State could say, we don't want any of these 3 electronic voting machines in the state of Wyoming, refuses to certify any of the new machines. We would have existing machines, which assumedly would have been previously certified and in effect. Could a county still use those in your estimation, even if no new voting machines were ever approved for electronic voting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's actually a great question. I'm glad you asked that. So absolutely, they can continue to use those machines. And just to speak to the narrative a little bit, I mean, we know that, I should say, we are trying to educate our voters that our voting equipment is not, connected to the internet. We don't have modems in that equipment. Further, the electionware computers at County Central, where those results are tabulated or collated, are also not connected to the internet. So even concerns about, security, patches, if you will, there's no connectivity to the internet. So there's nobody coming in to do nefarious things. And so our equipment, as our last iteration of equipment we had in place for many, many years, 10, 20 years, was also protected. So we would be protected into the future, even if the Secretary chose not to certify another system going forward.
Other questions for Mr. Schoen? Or Ms. Byrne? Welcome, Andrea. Did you want to also speak on this bill before I take questions for the office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrea Byrne, Administration Division Director for the Secretary of State's Office. Mr. Schoen has summarized the bill and the changes very well, so I have no additional comments at this time.
Okay. Questions in general, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, question on page 3, lines 7 through 13. You've got proof of that the electronics system has been certified by the United States Electoral Assistance Commission, and that it meets some voluntary voting system guidelines adopted. Why are we doing that? What are the consequences of not having those?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Scott, the reason why we are doing that is, again, there's roughly 40 states that have some component of federal certification, and the Election Assistance Commission is who was charged with coming up with those guidelines. And so what it does is it creates a system that has to adhere to very stringent security requirements, operability requirements, userability, adjudication. All of that stuff is built into these guidelines. And so it really protects us as a state as well as other states. And the language in there is general about voting system guidelines. It doesn't specify because those change. But when they provide that proof to us, it'll certainly have what version is this certified to. And so I didn't need to get that specific. But having that in place really does protect us and assure that we have really the best state-of-the-art, if you will, equipment. And certainly in the day and age where security is, as a huge concern for good reasons, this keeps us on the cutting edge and able to get, the best systems tested by these federally voting system test laboratories as well.
Follow it up? Yep.
Okay, so this isn't some federal requirement for federal financial assistance or anything like that. This is a matter of, from experience, you have confidence in these guidelines and believe that the feds have done a good job in this area.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Secretary Allred has a comment.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on that as to why we're using the federal certification. When you test electronic equipment and the software associated with that, that's very, very labor intensive because basically you're trying to break the software to prove that prove it out. That takes hundreds, if not thousands, of man hours and a huge staff. Quite frankly, we don't have the staff to do that type of testing on this. And so while we have our requirements that it would meet, the testing lab is, as you would be covered by them. So us being able to say, okay, they've tested lab. If you look some of the other electronic equipment used around the country and stuff, there are testing labs that work for numerous states and for the federal government, just merely for that reason, because it's highly cost prohibitive for us to do all that ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGuire, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a question for Mr. Schoen. Is there a appeal process or some kind of a mechanism, whether it be in rule or statute, to protect the vendor? And the example would be if the Secretary of State does not want to certify a certain vendor, does that vendor have an opportunity to appeal that decision, and where would that appeal process be? Thank you.
Mr. Schoen, does such a process exist?
Mr. Chairman, if that process exists, I've yet to see it come to play. So I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to certainly appeal that. Where it goes from there, it may be addressed in rules and in other places, not under our own agency rules. So it very well could be addressed, but again, it hasn't been anything that we've ever been faced with. So I can't answer that very directly, but it's as best I can say.
Other questions for the Secretary of State's office at this time? Not seeing any. We'll call some other people up. Thank you. County clerks, do you want to testify on this bill? And after that, if there's any other agencies, just so everyone, I know there's some new people here, the process is elected officials, agencies, large groups, and then individual comment. So Ms. Langford, welcome. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Mary Langford, and I have the honor of representing the county clerks of the state of Wyoming. And I'm happy to be here this morning. I'm just bringing the information from the Clerks Association to say that we fully support this proposed legislation and the amendments that the Secretary the State's office has proposed this morning. And to give you maybe just a little more history on the Election Assistance Commission and the standards that they set, the election administration, I'm sorry, election assist, EAC. Let's do that. EAC comes from the Help America Vote Act, so HAVA, and you're all familiar with HAVA. EAC was established with that act, which will be 20 years old the end of this month. And they've put together election equipment standards. They, as the secretary stated, they go through and they test the equipment. We don't have the time and expertise in Wyoming to do that kind of testing for equipment that's, being ready to be purchased. But to take a step back to about 2004, when we were faced with purchasing statewide election equipment as county clerks, all of our election equipment was prohibited due to HAVA. Our punch cards were no longer a usable source of administering election. We couldn't use the old shoot lever machines that had the lever and shut the curtain behind you and you didn't know what was going to happen next. Those were what we were voting on in 2004, and that equipment was outlawed basically with HAVA. So we went into the mode of looking at vendors to purchase equipment with. And at that point in Wyoming, we conducted a vendor fair, and it was held in Casper. And at that point in time, Joint Corporations was invited to come and look at our vendor fair. Senator Case, I believe you were probably there. Senator Scott, I remember Representative Illoway was there. They came and they looked at the vendors. We had a number of vendors that came, a number being 10 or 15 that came that were going to sell us election equipment. And we didn't know if they were any good or not. And so that was really where EAC came in, set the standards, did the testing, made the certification so that we could comfortably buy the equipment, because at that point in time, we did not all buy the same equipment. We had ES&S equipment, which is what we have now. We also had Dominion equipment that was purchased. At that point in time, it wasn't Dominion, it was a company before that. But that's kind of the history that goes behind that. But this is critical to protect our elections, is that we know we have good certified equipment, and we're concerned about those integrity issues, that we aren't hackable, that we have everything in place that we can continue to provide the good elections that Wyoming does. And I believe that's probably all that I have to offer at this point, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for the County Clerks Association? Not seeing any. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment in general on this bill before us? Come on down, Mr. Odom. Thank you for joining us yesterday. Back again. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The comment regarding not being connected to the internet notwithstanding, and the federal certifications, in my opinion, as a Cheyenne citizen and Wyoming voter, all that's irrelevant. We need to go back to a paper ballot and an ink pen. There's no maintenance. There's no intent certification like was just mentioned. You've got a paper record. If a recount needs to be done, then there's no way it can be tainted or doctored. You don't have to worry about paying for patches down the road. And I just believe we need to go back to the old way of doing it. And thank you for letting me speak.
Questions for Mr. Odom? Senator Scott.
Not so much a question as a response. I can remember the old paper ballot days. I'm not sure how many of the other committee members can, but I can recollect some abuses that occurred with paper ballots. The issue that I can remember was specifically in a recount. There was a great deal of dispute over what the voter had actually intended. You had a ballot with, they didn't put the X in the box, was the problem. And it was surprising how much uncertainty there was in that paper ballot system. So no system that I know of is ever going to be absolutely perfect. But I warn you from experience that the paper ballot system had some problems too. And I did see at least one recount where I think the result was altered because of disputes in how the paper ballots were counted. So it's not perfect either. We're striving for perfection. We all are in this thing, but it's hard to find a system that really is perfect, and the paper ballot system had its problems.
Not necessarily a question. Senator Case, question? Comment?
No, Mr. Chairman, it's a question. Sir, what would prevent, how can we be assured down the road, say we use exclusively paper ballots? There's a question about the results of the election, so we're going to go back through the paper ballots again and retabulate them. But how do we know that there hasn't been a substitution or an alteration of the paper ballots? So how do you know that? So I'm trying to just make the point, I don't think they're secure either, but explain to me how we know that stack of ballots that we're going to recount is actually the same stack of ballots that the voters voted, and there wasn't some kind of alteration, substitution, addition. How would we possibly know that?
Mr. Odom, you're welcome to respond if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. I'm no expert by far, but I know anytime humans are involved, you have to prepare for someone to try to cheat, to be blunt. And with paper ballots, yes, if they weren't protected from being swapped out, then that could be a possibility. But then you've got old ballots to destroy, little less or a little harder to do that than to just make a few keystrokes on a computer. And as far as, being connected to the internet or not, there are ways of doing it that, even if it's not on the internet, if, somebody was in the position to do so, and somebody would have to be in the position to swap these ballots out. I would assume that the state, if we have paper ballots, that they would be put in a secure storage where this couldn't happen.
Follow up? Yep.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the ballots would be as secure as the process around the ballots and the integrity of the people that are administering the election, no less or no more. And that's the exact same problem we got with the machines now. But I have real confidence in the integrity of these people that administer it. So I don't see where paper ballots solve the problem. Please help me maybe explain that.
If you let me put some questions on. Representative Burt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to come from a third-party side of things. When we run campaigns on this side, we deal with the metric within the voting polls on what's called the undervote, which is we may or may not vote for a particular office, but we vote for some part of the ballot. So as a third party, I may not vote for the two candidates that may be on a particular measure. And Mary, please understand, I do not believe any of our clerks would go through and falsify any report. But if I'm going through and there's a particular race that I'm not going to vote for, I leave that part open. So where we have a possibility of the ballot might come up because it's just paper, or we leave our ballots open, how do we know, how can you say that going to paper is just, it's more secure if I leave my ballot mark open and I get a recall and now all of a sudden, not saying it's happening, but if we're talking about security of ballots, how do we know that now my ballot isn't filled in by somebody else down the road? So moving to that, and like we've heard, we're trying to get to a better system, but going back and rehashing out where we've come from, because we've understood that may not be the most secure avenue for us. Again, I don't see how, and again, Senator Case had the same question, how do we know that the control measure or that those undervotes aren't being tampered with just because it's on paper? So I have those same concerns. The machines are probably are better, more secure way once they're certified.
Senator Scott, is it a question?
Mr. Chairman, no, I simply want to invite the gentleman to catch me at the break and I can give him some more details on what I was talking about.
Tenley, there are a couple questions. Mr. Odom, if you want any response, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I say, I'm no expert, and I understand the example you're presenting, Representative Burt. I just believe that if it's on paper, it's less likely to be tampered with without being able to tell. And I would assume that if we're counting paper ballots, that we would have poll watchers from each party there, yours included. And I just, we see so many examples. I mean, almost every other day, we have software infiltrations and yes, on the internet, but most of it, but not always. And I'm sorry, I'm probably just wasting your time now. I just firmly believe an ink pen and a paper is a better way to go. And I will be happy to speak to Senator Scott during the break.
Excellent. Thank you much. No further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Odom.
you.
Ms. Graham, apparently you'd like to testify on this bill. If you can hear us, you have the floor on Zoom right now. Give it just a second here.
I believe I've just bridged the technological gap here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm helping my son who is in a severe motorcycle accident in West Virginia. So I really appreciate the opportunity to present information to the committee. Representative Wanser, Chair. In answer to both Senator Case and I'm sorry, is it Representative or Senator Burt? Please, I apologize for getting the title incorrect. But in Park County, we had a wonderful experiment run and was presented to the county commissioners. And that experiment, I believe, answers the objections to only paper ballot, hand-counted paper ballot, or tabulated by electronic machines. And that is to run concomitant electronic tabulation along with paper ballot tabulation. You can investigate with the Park County Commissioners. Even former Secretary of State Ed Buchanan was aware of this project that was run very efficiently as an experiment. And it answers the objections to both the citizens who have profound distrust of electronic tabulation, as well as Senator Scott's observations and Senator Case's observations, and Mr. Odom, that, if there's a place to be compromised, whether it's by paper or electronic, people find a way. To that end, I think that we need to bring to the table the federal code, USC 52 USC 20701, which is titled Retention and Preservation of Records and Papers by Officers of Elections. And I had a discussion by email with Mr. Sean, I believe in April and May of 2021, in regards to preservation of records. And that had to do with digital records, not only the paper records. Yes, absolutely. The paper records are preserved very well, but the digital records, because when we use an electronic tabulation system, the paper record will go into the tabulator, and that paper record is no longer what is used for tabulation. Rather, a picture, an image is taken of the paper ballot, and what is tabulated is the ballot image. And I can't stress this point too much. The ballot image, because the question that I brought to Mr. Sean was, do we retain preserve, in accord with 52 USC 20701, do we retain those ballot images? And at the time, he said there was no law that made it necessary to retain ballot images. Moreover, since the ballot images become the object of tabulation in an electronic process, not the paper ballots, which are retained, preserved, but the ballot images, because I think it will be in a discussion later, the chain of custody for our electronic record keepers, the hard drives, the USBs, are not necessarily rock solid, that chain of custody for that electronic tabulation part. And so if I can jump back to the experiment that was run in Park County, that when we have a concomitant, same time, same day, counting and tabulation of a paper record, a hand-counted paper ballot, along with the electronic tabulation, you have a real-time audit going on in real time where people's privacy is respected, but also the confidence for the citizenry having a real-time audit going on, I believe takes away the obstacle of having one person, one vote counted in real time. I will be happy to take any questions.
Questions from anyone? Not seeing any, but thanks for testifying remotely. We're happy to have had you. Have a great rest.
Very good. I'll be on later today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Other people wish to testify in this bill. You're in the front row, sir, and then we'll get you next. Make sure that mic's on with the green light.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to appear. My name is Richard Ong. I'm a retired attorney from Evanston, Wyoming. I'm a member of a citizens group, Choose Liberty Now, and in particular, participate actively in its election integrity subcommittee. On the specifics of this particular bit of legislation, I would just like to, excuse me, I'd just like to suggest that the reporting requirements of the vendor be set out. There's an indication in there that if they don't report, then the Secretary of State can take appropriate action. But I think it's worthwhile specifying what they should report on. I note that the contract between the state and the vendor provides for the equipment to be certified, but it is also authorized for the vendor to obtain access to the equipment after certification in order to perform the necessary actions to prepare the machine, or, as I'm informed, also to perform maintenance on it. And it seems that provision subsequent to certification, federal certification, offers an opportunity for, let us say, it creates a hole. And I think that the vendor ought to be required to report on what it does when it does update or maintain the equipment. If I may, I'd like to address the points that the gentleman just made who last testified here. I certainly agree with him on the inadvisability of the voting machines. In 2000, the state of Florida had, figuratively speaking, an alligator problem, and subsequent to that time, the rest of the country embarked upon the acquisition of anti-alligator equipment. I'm being facetious, but that is what we all did. And from a person who obtained a personal computer before there ever was an IBM PC, an Apple II Plus to be specific, I'm well aware of the fascination that with the power that is available on one's desktop. And around 2000, I think that we were all enamored of that. I remember in university that to gain access to the computer at the university, it filled, as far as I know, an entire room, if not 5 rooms, and one proceeded there with punch cards, and you got to run your program. And by 2000, we were looking at an astonishing revolution, technical revolution, and it is understandable why we all thought that a computer solution would be a desirable one. But we've had experience since then with worms, viruses, and Trojan horses, and the word hacking has entered into our vocabulary. And I would like to point out that as far as our voting machines in Wyoming are concerned, there is not one person within 500 miles of this microphone who has ever seen the source code that runs those tabulating machines. Those are recognized as, that is recognized as a trade secret by the contract that we have with ES&S. And I find that rather strange. I have no more idea of how the election machines work than I do know how the software on my cell phone works. So I think we need to step back and relook at the question of voting machines. And if I may address Senator Case's question, the previous witness did advert to the presence of election officials, poll watchers, and election judges. And I think that they are the answer to detailed understanding and observation of actual procedures, even where we have electronic voting, such as in Philadelphia. I think in both those instances, there were ballots that were delivered to the loading dock that had been transported interstate, and those became part of the tabulation process. And there was another instances of poll watchers being dismissed and suitcases of ballots being taken out and run through the ballot machines or the counting machines multiple times. So the important distinction is not whether or not a computer is used, but whether there are adequate procedures to ensure their proper use. So.
All right, question, was it Alm?
Ong, O-N-G, sir.
O-N-G, for Mr. Ong. Senator Scott.
Chairman, at the outset, sir, you identified a reporting requirement, and I'm trying to figure out in the bill exactly what you were talking about. Can you give me section and line as to what your reference is to? Page and line number?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Ong.
The certification provision provides that, sorry. On page 5, I believe, paragraph 3, one of the offenses that upon which the secretary can take action, I believe, is where the vendor fails to notify the Secretary of State of necessary enhancements or adjustments to the electronic voting system. That implies that somehow these are known, and I think that ought to be specified and even expanded to encompass things like maintenance and updates and when they did it and who did it. So.
Other questions, committee? Senator Case.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ong, I think we have one more for you.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
No problem. Go ahead.
Can you tell the committee what the disposition was or the investigations with respect to the 2 instances of ballot fraud that you are citing? Do you know what happened to those complaints? Were they taken up in the legal system? Were they substantiated? Because my understanding that none have been substantiated. So help me with that.
Mr. Ong, if you know.
I do not know the answer to that, sir. I, as a way of using up my idle time, am endeavoring to compile a list of such incidents and also to record the legal actions that were initiated and their disposition on top of that. So I would be able to identify legal proceedings and then anecdotal evidence reported in the press. And I do not know what was the result of that report, but I hope to be somewhat of a bird dog and to be able to provide more specific information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up? So I think the problem is there are a lot of allegations, but there seems to be no proof. Do you have any proof that the Wyoming ballot process is flawed?
I do not, sir. I'm impressed by the system that I've seen here. I'm not aware of any indications that the Wyoming electoral process is compromised in any way. I would like to look further at the electronic voter rolls. I think they have not been properly examined, in my opinion. There is a phenomenon in many states of over-registration. Greater numbers appearing on the voter rolls than are warranted by the census results, the increase in population and so forth. Do not say that that is a problem here, but it is that has occurred in more than one state. And we have or some people that are looking into how our rolls are maintained. And it raises a related issue, one of the participation in the electoral system by private entities. ES&S is headquartered in Omaha, and the people who staff the EAC and who participate in the certification of these systems, the privileged ones able to look at the source code, for example. These people are distant, strange, and for the most part, private individuals. And I think in general, the legislature should consider that it can only be a healthy development if our system is designed, operated, secured by people who are directly responsible to elected officials.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
One more, Senator Case.
Yes. Sir, you mentioned that in some places they are over-registered, meaning more people are registered to vote than is supported by the census. Tell me what has happened. Any complaints about that? Any deposition, any or disposition of that complaint, or any court actions that have happened as a result of that? Are you aware of what happened in those allegations?
I do not know, sir, but I can provide you a copy of an article in Chronicles magazine, I believe it was, that discusses this specific problem, and it may not answer your answer your question, but I think it will provide evidence of what some people have found in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. It's just that a lot of this is very anecdotal, and there's lots of public sources that are alleging things, but no one's seen the proof yet. And I appreciate it. I'll look forward to receiving that article.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions, committee? Seeing none, sir, next. And then after you, we'll go back to the internet. Mr. Lang wants to testify next. Thank you again, Mr. Long. Take any one of those 4 chairs, as long as the green light's on. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Matt Freeman. I live in Cheyenne City proper. And thank you for allowing us to address you this fine day. I guess I'd like to start with just the obvious. Apparently, the vast majority of us in the room think that there is a problem. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking about this today. And so I think from a national level, we have a much bigger problem than the problem we have in Wyoming, which, unless we do something about it, could become a significant problem, as we're seeing in the nation. And my basic problem is following the US guidelines. There's a company currently out there under investigation by the name of Koenig. Their CEO was arrested in Los Angeles. Numerous counties across the nation have already removed their equipment and software from their voting places. And so I think this is indicative of problems from a national level that I think we should try to avoid in Wyoming. The other thing that was mentioned earlier was HAVA. And so I'm a pretty big states' rights guy. I think states have lots of rights. They're in the Constitution, Congress was given 18 enumerated rights, and I think they've far overstepped those 18 rights, and they've, of course, usurped the states' rights from them. And so I think election integrity is something that as a state, we need to do on our own. We need to have our own system that we as citizens agree with and not acknowledge that HAVA was shoved down our throat. It's just kind of simplistic that we have choices as a state, and we should stand on those choices. It's been brought up recently regarding particular issues in Wyoming. And so I've been told by firsthand people, I know a poll watcher was sent home at 7 o'clock, even though there was still a line of people waiting to vote. And I found that rather odd, that if people were still voting, why was the poll watcher sent home? I know that when one of the tabulation machines was opened up, there was ballots sitting on top of the box. Well, I guess that's not supposed to happen. The ballots are supposed to go in the box, not be on top. So that kind of screams an audit to me right off the bat. I know that when one of the machines broke down, the ballots were just put on top of the machine because the people didn't want to wait for the machine to be left. And so there again, how did we deal with those ballots that were just left on top of the machine? The person was told, well, we fed them into the machine. Okay. And then also, I witnessed quite a few Colorado license plates in the various polling centers that I went around to, and some people in line witnessed, Colorado driver's license being used and provisional ballots being handed out, but yet they were still fed into the same tabulating machines. And so I think we do have some anomalies going on. I think we definitely need to take care of these anomalies. We need to do it as a state. And so I'm a firm believer in paper ballots and hand counting. And can any system be manipulated? Absolutely. But it's not just the connectivity of the internet that's a problem. It's the actual software that was alluded to earlier. Software can be programmed to do anything we want. And so I'd prefer the human factor as opposed to the computer factor that technically can leave no fingerprint. And who does the audit? I know I'm not capable of it. Most of that technology goes right over my head. And so I would just like to throw that out as food for thought, that if we're going to err, let's err on the side of caution with something that is much more easier to control than the electronic means that we're going down. So thank you.
Questions from Mr. Freeman. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Secretary of State has done a ton of trainings and demonstrations across the entire state, as well as the clerk's office before every election does a demonstration or they do a testing. Have you participated or have you looked at or volunteered for any of those trainings at all?
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, no, I have not. I'm becoming active in those roles. I did reach out and I've talked to my local county clerk. She was very helpful, provided me the information I needed. I'm unable to be a poll watcher right now because of things that I'm doing. But it's certainly good to be active in those endeavors. And I appreciate the things that are being done at the county level to allow those opportunities. It still kind of begs the question why a poll worker was sent home at 7 when people were still in line voting.
You have a follow-up question, Representative Duncan?
Just one quick follow-up. Did you, after hearing all these allegations, rumors, and such about the poll watcher, the ballots, the machine, and all that. Did you talk to the Secretary of State's office? Did you talk to the clerk at all and get facts and information about what actually happened?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, no, I did not. I actually did not even think to go to the Secretary of State. What I was told was that a lot of these things were brought to the county clerk's attention.
Representative Roscoe, question.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman, are you aware that after speaking to the Secretary of State and myself, every accusation of fraud in Wyoming was investigated? And are you aware of that? And then the second question is, do you believe these allegations of fraud go back farther than 2020? Do they go back to 2016 and beyond that? Thank you very much.
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, I've personally been aware of fraud in the election systems across this nation since I was a child. Is there the ability to remove fraud completely? As long as humans are involved, my answer would be no. But it doesn't really matter if we're talking about a paper or an electronic side. I think most of us have already acknowledged that the fraud is going to exist. The question becomes, how do we minimize it? And how do we endeavor to make it so that it doesn't have an impact on the said election that we're trying to preserve the integrity of? I was aware of the narrative that, yes, and let me back up a second. I wasn't actually saying that I believe there was fraud in Wyoming. I do believe at a national level there was fraud in the last election. In Wyoming, I think these are anomalies. These are things that aren't being taken care of. So the potential for the fraud exists unless we take care of these things.
Senator Case, question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Freeman, thank you very much for testifying today. You said you were from Laramie County, is that right?
Yes.
Did all of these infractions or potential fraud or irregularities, whatever, did they occur in Laramie County?
Yes, sir.
So all you listed, poll watcher dismissed early, ballots found in a machine when it was opened, ballots on top of the machine, and Colorado license plates. Is that the four things?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. I hope we can get the Laramie County clerk to address these issues at some point today.
Are there further questions, committee? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Is it entirely possible, and we're going to speculate, that the poll worker was sent home because maybe they were sick, family emergency? I mean, could have anything else come up on why they were sent home when there was a line?
If you want to speculate, Mr. Freeman, you're welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Burt. So I was told directly by this poll worker, no, there was no family emergency. There was no health issues. She was sent out of the building.
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Freeman, yeah, I'd like to follow on that just a little, and I won't speculate as to why, but so I've been a poll worker before. I've done it. I'd suggest you do it. You learn so much about the election and how it works. So in a little county like Crook County, we have 6 or 7 poll workers, and you're all paid by the hour. So when they get to the end of the night at the county, and maybe they forced one out, but they say, taxpayer dollars, do you want to go home, 2 or 3 of you? Because we're done. We've counted the polls. They're sitting going through the re-end of it. And so my question was, did they dismiss all the poll workers, or did one of them go home? Because I would guess down here they have probably 40 in the courthouse, or 50, and they're paying them 10, 15 bucks an hour, and that's my money or your money. And to me, the clerks, and I look out through the crowd, and I've worked with them, they're hawks, not only as far as the election, the way it works, but the way they run their offices. These folks do a great job with our money. So I question whether somebody got sent home for nefarious reasons, or whether they got sent home because they really weren't needed. But I guess the bottom line is, I really encourage you, allegations of fraud, and that's to anyone in the crowd, you need to go report them formally. We all want the integrity. The minute you see or hear something, you should go report that, because we all want exactly the same thing. And if you don't report it, it's no different than watching someone steal your neighbor's gas or steal from their house and say, well, I didn't bother calling the cops because I didn't think it was a big deal. Well, it is a big deal, and we all should. So I encourage you to do that. And I also encourage everybody, sign up and be a poll worker, because you learn more. My clerk came to me and asked me to do it. When I went there, you'll find that I treat things much differently after I was there working with 6 or 7 people, and the numbers of checks and cross checks they make to make sure it's fair, and to look at the ballots and how they're handled. So like I say, I really encourage you, rather than do antecedent stuff, when you hear about it, go file a complaint, and you can file it with the county attorney as well. If your clerk's not giving you the satisfaction you want, go to the county attorney. Thank you.
And it may have been a poll watcher, poll worker, election judge, any number of things. Any questions more for?
Just, Mr. Chairman,
Freeman?
just
Yep.
to tag on that, some of the people are placed by parties, and I don't believe that they're paid. There is a number and a ratio and things like that that are allowed. And then there are some that are paid. So we'll hear from the Laramie County Clerk, and we will find out about that.
Okay, well, it's a question, Representative Duncan?
Just a quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up.
Quick follow-up. There's some rules that have been changed too since last session. So there's a lot of changes that have happened too. There's no photographs, there's no cell phones. There was a lot of things that changed last session. So there's a lot of little things too. So just keep that in mind with the poll watching.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Freeman, and who is actively participating in our democracy and can't be a poll watcher because he's currently a candidate for House District 41. But so thank you for running, and hopefully maybe see on this side of the table sometime soon. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. I promised Mr. Lang would be next online, and then we'll go to Ms. Ward. But Mr. Lang, the floor is yours if you'd like it.
Thank you, Chairman Swanitzer. I had not intended to speak on 189 today, but I wanted to let the committee know that I'm in the room of one of Wyoming's residents who's 101 years old. And but still, I was listening with one ear to the testimony and realized that there was something particular about the 189 itself that has not yet been addressed. I have no qualifications. I'm simply a parish pastor, but I'm concerned about a couple of technical issues with the bill, and would simply want to bring those up so that I can encourage the committee to look into them more deeply. So one example can be found on page 3, lines 7 through 9. And there the bill says that the proof of the electronic voting system has been certified by the United States Election Assistance Commission. And I would just note that the timetable for the certification is left very open-ended. So the question really becomes, has been certified since when? Has it been certified since it was since it received its last software update, or has it been certified some months, years in the past? And I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that in a conversation with our own county clerk here in Uintah County, apparently there is a hireling of the ESNS software that has regular access to the machines for their regular maintenance. I'm strongly suspicious that that maintenance does not simply include the swapping out of hardware, but also the updating of software. And it seems to me that maybe we could strengthen that by putting a timestamp on certified since when, and maybe also by altering page 4, lines 21 through 23. If the county clerk notifies the SOS, say for instance, of a software update subsequent to its last certification. So that would be one technical thing that I would encourage the committee to explore. A second thing also on page 3, lines 11 through 13, the bill as written says that proof that the electronic voting system meets the voluntary voting system guidelines adopted by the United States Election Assistance Commission. Here again, I would point out that there's not a timestamp on this. So I don't know if the committee is aware that there are multiple voluntary voter system guidelines. I believe that 1.1 is the one that came out. Now I'm going purely by memory here, but I believe it was 2012. And they have since been updated to version 2.0. And yet I am unaware and was not able to find out from the Secretary of State if the 2.0 VVS-SGs were adopted or if they're still operating under 1.1. So that's an issue that I want the committee to look at as well. This language ties us to whatever might come in the future. So if, for instance, the Election Assistance Commission should decide next year to revise them entirely and go with a VPSG 3.0, then effectively Wyoming law is changed by the fiat of an unelected commission in Washington and not by the vote of the representatives of the people of Wyoming. So that is a concern. And I would also note along with that, that the Election Assistance Commission does not itself write the BBSGs. That in turn is outsourced to an unelected committee, the Technical Guidelines Developing Commission or some such thing like that. And so it's actually an appointed committee from an appointed committee that comes up with the voluntary voter system guidelines. And again, I would just want the committee to be aware of that and to realize that we're making some potentially huge changes in Wyoming voting law without ever coming to a vote. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lang? I'm not seeing anything, Jonathan. Thank you for being here. And I think at the appropriate time, we'll have the Secretary of State's office back up. Heard that same concern about updates to the machines and how that works and if we're staying on top of that. So seeing questions. Thank you. Have a great Friday. Ms. Ward from Casper, welcome. Floor is yours.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. So I'm Jeanette Ward. I'm the Republican nominee for Wyoming House District 57. Just thought I'd put that out there first. And just wanted to make a few comments. I don't need to go back and forth with questions, but my comments are that the disdain displayed by some on this committee for the duly elected Republican nominee for Secretary of State is palpable. Chuck Gray is the choice of we the people. Any statutory attempt to restrict the authority of the duly elected Secretary of State is unconstitutional. It has been proven so in the past by legal precedent and is dead on arrival in the 2023 Wyoming House of Representatives. The people of Wyoming are paying attention. Paper ballots can be tabulated electronically, but physical copies can and should be kept. Yes, any system can be tampered with, but paper is inherently less susceptible to that, especially with strict chain of custody and the requirement of a voter ID, which was championed and introduced by Chuck Gray and went into effect in July of 2021. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Ward? Seeing none, Jeanette, thank you. Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have to be careful when we say that the Republican nominee is duly elected. He's duly nominated. The election will be in November, and I'm sure
that is why I called him the nominee.
Not duly elected, so thank you.
Thank you.
Duly nominated.
All right, other people, Mr. Armstrong, welcome. You're already up and coming, so you can be next.
Armstrong, State Committee man, Albany County, and ran for Secretary of State. Got a little far afield from the machines, but junk in, junk out. We all know that. So voter integrity, I got involved when a constituent came to me and said he got 9 absentee ballots. There are other things on the agenda that I'll be speaking to today. But part of that, I've filed, I believe I'm up to 23 FOIA requests now, filed a criminal complaint. I have given the LO that. So very involved in this. I believe FOIA response 2 at HI indicated that our clerk did not have election judges present from the Republican Party in 2020. And when the early absentee scans were processed, we had a county commissioner up by 5,000 votes. And when those early absentee ballots were processed and scanned without election judges present, that commissioner lost by 40 votes. We had other school board, city council, House of Representative races also turned on that, on those early absentee ballot scans. So I understand the concerns regarding the machines, but I have bigger concerns about what is put into the machines. And you changed the law last time to allow processing of the absentee ballots with permission from the Secretary of State's office 7 days before the election. I would like to see that rolled back. And I'd also like to see a change where absentee ballots are not by request. They are by a reason. You're in the military, you're going to be out of town because you're fighting fires, you're working a camp job. There are numerous reasons to get an absentee ballot. Just because you don't want to show up on the day of the election should not be one of them. Going to see your neighbor the day of the election, knowing they're voting, knowing they're partaking in the process, brings us as a country together. Not, just mailing in a ballot. And all studies have shown that I've read indicate that absentee ballots are the major source of fraud in elections. So if we're concerned about machines, we need to be concerned about how those ballots are put in those machines. Do you get an early absentee ballot? No election judges present? I have concerns about that. So, paper ballots, chain of custody, secured. There can be problems. There can be problems there, and there can be problems in machines. You open another avenue of concern when you have electronic voting, because, and then there's another concern when you have drop boxes, unsecured, where people can just put in their absentee ballots from whoever. So I'd also like to see the voter ID law require a photo ID. You shouldn't have a non-ID Medicaid card, Medicare card, where you can get that. There's no address on it. And I'd also like us to go back to requiring proof of residency. Shouldn't just be able to swear an oath. You should prove a lease,
electric bill, something. I just want to keep you on the election equipment bill that
Okay.
we're on now.
Yep.
So
Like I said, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Chairman, thank you very much. I would like to make sure that every vote is counted and that we have proof that there is, or at least some integrity in that casting of votes. So thank you for this opportunity. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions from Mr. Armstrong? Senator or Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Armstrong. So I have a couple, there'll be a follow-up, but you just got done running for a top 5 office. Is that correct? Are you that
Yes, sir.
same, Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, would you consider yourself a successful product of our democracy, of our system?
Well,
interesting. Go ahead, Mr. Armstrong.
Successful. I am now writing off an $8.2 million bad debt from the state of Wyoming. So successful, worked very hard in my life, very well educated. And yet when I ran, we had an absentee status report that this committee voted, I believe unanimously, to go back to the old way of doing that. And yet the Secretary of State's office required that to be a public records request, which would be stale by the time you received it. And so that affected my campaign. And now it's back to the old way. So been defamed at least once by the state and blatantly adversely affected by a change without promulgation of rule in the way election records are handled. Before the 2022 election, where I ran for Secretary of State, that status report was given to campaigns freely and regularly. When I did it, I was refused that data. So,
any more questions, Representative Clausen, on election equipment, federal certification? Trying to keep it on, because we have a couple more topics today, which I know people want to come back and talk about again. So further questions on the bill for the witness?
I've got a comment.
Senator Driscoll, we'll take comments.
I agree with you wholeheartedly on a good part of what you said.
Thank
I'll
you.
make a couple comments to you. One, I applaud you for going ahead and filing something. That's what I asked about earlier, and you may get some reform for us out of your lawsuit. We're going to get some answers for sure.
well, I haven't filed a lawsuit yet. And just to let you know, when I filed that with the DA, he admitted freely he had a conflict of interest. 2 weeks later, I got a letter from the DA saying no conflict of interest here and nothing to see. And then in a report in WYO Times, and you'll see on my filing of the complaint with the LO, that chain of email has my email to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State denied they ever received it. So,
In committee, we did send out the complaint from Mr. Armstrong to
And then
your
a couple
email if you
just
want to read
comments. The committee did unanimously do exactly what you asked.
yes, sir.
But I'd like to point out to all the public, and we run into this all the time, and that's with these bills, is the legislature passes statutes that sets policy for the state. We're all free to file bills and to vote within our committees, but it actually has no effect other than that's what we stand for. And so you'll see different times that we vote for something that passes solidly. It'll either fail in the House or fail in the Senate, or the governor doesn't sign it. And we still take the heat on it. And that's, we're running through that on a lot of these election bills, is they assume they're law because they're filed and they're not. The last being is the voter ID, and it's really interesting. We had comments earlier. I ran a voter ID bill the first year I ran 12 years ago. So it's not a new idea by Representative Gray or anyone else. It's been around for a long time. And what he actually did in not having the photo ID was took what he could get. And I was co-sponsor on that bill, proudly so. And we'll go for photo ID over time. But the truth is, it was a classic of take a bite of something rather than losing again, which I lost multiple times on it. So I guess my thoughts is a lot of where you're at, a lot of us agree with, but it doesn't necessarily pass the body. So we do have a lot to do, but I applaud you for actually taking action and trying to actually take action rather than going to the coffee shop and whining.
Thank you. I'm a persistent old man. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Chairman. Anything else?
Not yet. Speaking of a lot to do, Representative Lone, come on down and then we'll go to the second row. Welcome to Corporations.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I am Lars Lone. I'm representing myself and live here in Laramie County on Silver Oak Road on Carpenter. And I just wanted to address a couple things regarding computer software. About 2 years ago, while I was still in the Guard, the Wyoming National Guard purchased a bunch of brand new Lenovo computers to replace aging computers. And about 6 months later, they had to confiscate all those and we had to return all of them because it was determined that in the hardware itself, there was spyware codes set in there by the Chinese government to spy on the computers. And there was no way to override it, so the only thing they could do was dispose of those computers and get us new Dell computers. So the issue regarding computers and this electronic voting systems, there can be stuff written into these, and a lot of the equipment does come from China. So I'd just like to bring that point up. And second, regarding testing, if you remember a few years ago, the EPA filed a lawsuit with VW, and is a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit where it was determined that when the cars were tested, put onto a test machine to see the emissions, they were emitting a different source than when they were actually driven on the road. There was actually code written into the OBD ports that would allow them to circumvent the emissions codes, and that is what ultimately resulted in the lawsuit. What I would just like to point out is that you can test certain computers. There may be code in there to allow it to do certain things when it's in test mode as opposed to when it's in operation. And with that, I just want to say I oppose these bills and I have to leave shortly, but we'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Questions for former Representative Lone? Not seeing Representative Blackburn.
Mr. Lone, is the voting machine an actual computer that can be manipulated like that?
Mr. Blackburn, Mr. Chairman, yes, it is a computer. So it has to be updated. They've got to do regular, installments of software. So, and there's nothing saying that when you install something or provide a means to update that software that you can't manipulate that hardware as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Sir, come on down. Welcome.
Cheyenne.
Don, is that green light on that microphone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Is that better? Okay, I'd like to address a couple of specifically technical things. As a paralegal, I'm trying to train in technical things. But before I do, I think the overview is this, and it goes back to the software. It would take time to alter paper ballots. A computer can be programmed to do thousands in a minute or two. So I think that's get do people trust it or not? I mean, people are learned you can't trust your phone no matter what you do. Same thing. So on that line, one of the technical issues I got, and I'm going to refer first to what we have in 189, I believe it was 190. I want to take some of the wording of this and suggest an amendment, or that the committee consider this. And I'm on 190. It would be page 3.
Oh, so we're only on Bill 189, election equipment.
Right, and I'm going to refer to that. Now I want to steal some language. Let's put it that way.
Got it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
and I'm dealing with the first 7 lines. And basically it says that certain things, social security numbers, driver's licenses, birth dates, telephone numbers, okay, email addresses and other personal identification other than, gender, address, unique identifying numbers, party affiliate are not public and shall be kept confidential. I would suggest an amendment similar to that. I don't see why. I mean, the Secretary of State, no matter who it is, we have to have some independent way to verify whatever changes have been made. So why can't, upon making a contract, and I realize this stuff is covered by copyrights and patents, but if the state's going to make a deal with a company, be it whoever, okay, they should have to turn over their social code and whatever other information is necessary to the Secretary of State to, quote, be kept confidential. And I think that's an amendment that I think the committee should look at, okay? It's not up to the Secretary. You can't just disseminate this or go out and do nothing with it. But should there be a question, and I'm assuming this would work with our Department of Technology, okay, where somehow we could have independent verification of whether, I mean, the way I see it right now, looking at this, is that there could be changes made and not disclosed. And who would know? Who's going to know? I mean, so there's got to be a way of independently verifying this. And through reading, 189, I'm not finding anything to really verify, and I think that's a huge concern that, 5 of the last 6 speakers have spoken to kind of indirectly. So I'm suggesting an amendment that we could steal some language out of 190, and I'm not quite sure where to put it in yet. I haven't had time to really dissect this, so I'm not going to try to offer a specific location, but it seems to me the state itself, via the Secretary of State's office, should have that kind of information and the ability, in conjunction, with our Department of, we created this and we spend a lot of money on the Department of Technology, and we spend a lot of money on these voting machines. Somehow we need to be able to independent is my point, okay? And as a side note, since I did bring up 190, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay today, but I do have kind of an objection on this is, certain things are private and not public record, except for certain things. And, I kind of, doxing has become a thing nowadays. Releasing someone's address or their voter ID number, having those as public records, I don't know. I think we're opening ourselves up to some problems there. It seems to me there should be a way to, keep those confidential. I don't think everybody should be having my vote. I'm kind of concerned. Do I want people to have my personal address or my voter ID number? That, obviously the county clerk needs it. But just as a side note on that, but specifically to the software, to what we're talking about, I would request that you guys consider amendment on somehow bringing an independent within the state to verify that. Any questions? I'll be glad to ask.
Commissioner Ralston. Not seeing any, but when the Secretary of State's office comes back, if we talk about source code and what kind of proprietary information and what we believe we could put in statute, that'd be great.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right, other public comment on 189. Ma'am, oh, yeah. Hey. Welcome.
Thank you.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathy Russell, Cheyenne, Wyoming. I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Republican Party, and in that role, I have a chance to hear from the citizens who are concerned about election integrity, and that takes a number of forms. This addresses one of the concerns that come up, and I've heard this over and over. In terms of the certification, I was a city council member for a while when we adopted a European code. Right now, I can't think of the name of it. It was called the International, I think it was the IBC, something like that, International Building Code. I asked for the specifics of that code. I wanted to know specifically what we were adopting because it was brought before us for approval. And they said, well, you can come into the office and see it. I said, well, can I get it online? They said, no, it's 33 volumes, thousands and thousands and thousands of pages. And I said, we're adopting the whole thing? Yes, that's what we're doing. And who controls when that changes? There's a group behind it. In this, I like the idea of a certification, but the certification, and I would say that from the concerns I've heard, certification would meet some of it. However, what are we certifying? What it looks like in the bill is we're certifying a system. That is a broad umbrella specifications definition. We're not certifying individual machines, I believe. Also, there is no reference to what part of that commission's recommendations we're going to certify under. The whole thing? Where is that? Part of it? What are we certifying? For example, are we certifying that this machine, that individual machines will track what's going on with that machine all the way through? This goes back to code. I have a son-in-law who did system security for Microsoft in Bellingham, Washington, on their campus. This was the whole campus. One of the things, and then he moved on to be a system security officer for some of our big defense contractors. What I heard from him, I've heard echoed throughout every department in our national levels agencies, every military agency, every corporation. I worked in oil and gas. I heard this from people who are working in oil and gas. If you've got computer systems at all, there is code in those that cannot be interpreted. They've tried. And this has been going on for decades. It is hidden. We don't know what it does. Look at your phones. Look at how they've been hacked. Look at how other systems have been hacked. So the concern is, and people have relatives in every one of those branches, they're all very aware of the fallibility of electronic tabulation. It's great for efficiency, not so great for security. So what could we do? We could add an audit. We could do a spot check. That's going to require a paper ballot. How do you do that? You ask the person, and this would have to be, I don't know how it would be. The person, is this your ballot? They are supposed to review their ballot before it goes in the box. Does what went in the box match what comes out? I don't know how you would do that. You would assume that the person putting their ballot in checked it. Yep, that's good. And that's the same thing that the county clerk pulls out. How do we check that? I don't know. But that would add a level of security to people, or a measure of trust to people who lack that in some regard. The next thing is the anecdotal evidence. It remains anecdotal because it's not picked up. I have had people call me and say they have had complaints about things that happened. And I have recommended they go to their county clerk or their county attorney or the Secretary of State. In some cases, they have said, I did. And I was told by that person that there was no action taken. If no action is taken and no investigation is done, that evidence remains anecdotal. The Republican National Committee has investigated, I think it's upward of 60 complaints, 60 lawsuits. in the vast majority, the lawsuits were thrown out for standing. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention, and I'll close with one more thing. I have had 3 different people call me and assure me that they're voting in more than one state. Because I've asked them, where are you voting? And they said, well, I'm a resident here. And I said, well, you've got an Arizona number. Well, I'm a resident of Arizona too. And I said, so you're voting in both? Well, of course I am. That's another big issue. Now, it's not going to affect down ballot, but it's definitely going to affect the national. So thank you.
Questions for Director Russell? Go ahead, Senator Case.
Yes, Mrs. Russell, how
Yes.
are you?
Good, thank you.
Mrs. Russell, in the cases where 3 people told you that they committed ballot fraud, did you report that to anyone?
No, they wouldn't give me their names. I have told people, like, I've talked to the Secretary of State, I've talked to various county clerks and let them know that that happens. But we're up against a situation where there's no way to check with another state. I've asked all the way up to the RNC. Each county, each state considers their voter roll proprietary, and it's not shared. That's my understanding.
So, Mrs. Russell, Mr. Chairman, if I
Sure,
could.
go ahead.
The 3 people randomly told you they voted in different states? Is that,
Yes, they
how
were
did that come
complaining.
about? Maybe.
They were complaining about something that we do here in Wyoming, and they went on to say that in Arizona, we do it this way. And so it was a conversation, and they revealed it.
But you don't know these people, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
no.
So
I
they
don't.
just randomly came up to you and said they voted in another
They
state?
called to complain about issues with the Wyoming, whatever. It was various issues.
Appropriate time, we'll get the Secretary of State's office. I do think there are some systems in place, whether or not they're utilized, to make sure we don't have people voting in 2 states, but we'll double check that. Senator Case, another
And
question?
just one more. The people that said that they saw fraud and they went to the clerks or to the prosecuting office and nothing was done. Would you tell us which counties those were and who?
I have those
Ms. Russell,
I
if you
have
know.
some notes of it, but not for all of
If
it.
you'll tell us, we'll go to those county clerks and ask.
Sure.
Thanks. Let's just all remember to go through the chair today. Further questions? Ms. Russell from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Ma'am, in the back. Come on down. We're still on 189, which is supposed to be the quick and easy one today, committee. Welcome to corporations. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lilia Olejnik. I am a Laramie County resident. I am also here to tell you my experience as the poll watcher. I am the poll watcher that was discussed earlier, that was sent home at 7 o'clock. So there was nothing wrong with my health. I did not have any emergencies. I was simply sitting at the chair that was placed there prior to my arrival and that had been occupied by other poll watchers. I rotated my positions to have different perspectives within the facility. And when 7 o'clock came around, the doors closed, and the person in charge of the election judges, he looked over at me, acknowledged I was there. I smiled, and the other election worker, the paid election worker, and by the way, I was unpaid poll watcher, looked at me and looked at the person in charge and told him she needs to go. So he looked over at me and said, "Oh, yes, ma'am," very politely. He was a very, very polite man, and said, "Ma'am, you need to go." So I said, "Are you sure?" Because they're still voters actively voting. There were several people still in their respective booths. And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Are you sure?" My understanding is that I can stay until all the voters have exited. And he said, yes, you need to leave. So I left. As soon as I stepped out, I contacted the phone numbers that I was trained to contact, including the county clerk's office. As you can imagine, Deborah Lee was not available because it was election night. The polls had just closed. So I left a message with a person on her staff and received a phone call a couple of days later. Understandably, there was obviously a lot going on. Ms. Lee asked several questions. Of course, I told her my experience. She asked some questions, and she told me that she would address it in the training. I also submitted a detailed report to the training person, Ms. Marty Halverson, and I also addressed it with the party. So that was my experience. I did go through training, and I did find that that was there were some inconsistencies on what's expected in the different counties in Wyoming. And I can answer any questions you may have regarding my experience.
Quick question.
Yes.
You were allowed to be a poll watcher when your name was on the ballot?
No, my name is not on the ballot.
Oh, you didn't run for precinct committee person in Laramie County?
Yes, but precinct is not, it's excluded from that.
Okay.
It's only higher level type, precinct's not.
Okay. Other questions, Ms. Lathick? Senator Case.
Ma'am, thank you very much for being a poll watcher and helping with the election
It's my
result.
pleasure.
And it sounds, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like you did exactly the right thing. And you were in a circumstance, from what it sounds like to me, where you should have been allowed to remain. And I hope that that will be addressed, and we'll find out perhaps more from the Laramie County Clerk. But I just want to thank you and say your point is so well taken and helpful. And but I'm not seeing in your point that there is rampant election fraud. I see a minor irregularity here, and you were not treated as you should have been, and the election had a hiccup. But I wouldn't challenge the election. I don't know. I know you're not either. And I just want to thank you again and kind of appreciate exactly how you handled it.
Sure. Further questions? Seeing none, and I know we'll have the Laramie County Clerk up at the appropriate time. Thank you much.
May I add one more thing
ahead,
in
Ms. Weiss.
response? I would like to add that the training with its inconsistencies does open the door for potential anything, fraud, you name it. So I think having experienced all of that and the lack of knowledge by three, because there was another person standing by, another election worker that saw this. So three in one location were not trained properly or did not follow instructions properly. I think we all received the same training. So I refrain from saying it was the training, was their ability to follow those directions. And so that is the reason I'm here, because it does speak volumes to the potential for that, for fraud.
Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this training that you're speaking of, that was training you received in order to be a poll watcher?
Correct, so I could be certified.
Mr. Chairman, the question is this training that is provided through the county clerk's office, or is this training that the Republican Party provided you in order to be a poll watcher?
Mr. Lathan.
For the poll watchers through the county party.
Through the party?
Correct.
So that if there's deficiencies in the training, the Republican Party in this case in Laramie County needs to be more careful as to exactly how the training is done, make sure it's right.
And I want to clarify one thing, if I may. The election workers it's my understanding, they're not trained by the party, they're of any party. So that training is from
Yeah.
government.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, question.
That's my understanding is that that's exactly right, that the training the poll watcher gets is through the party, the training that the election workers gets is through the county clerk's office and
Correct.
done by the county. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you.
Any other testimony on 189, federal certification of election equipment? Seeing none, make sure there's no one online with their hand up. There's not. We'll close public comment on 189. Committee, what's your pleasure? Moved by Duncan. Seconded by Air. And I don't know, Secretary of State's office, if you want to come back, if we work through some of these amendments that you proposed, and I know you heard some testimony from other people on some potential other amendments, so if you'd just be here while we work through them. Committee, any amendments? I know you heard from some members of the public with their ideas. You've heard from the Secretary of State's office. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the Secretary of State's office has submitted those to LSO, yes, no, no? They were pretty extensive. I don't have them in front of me, but I would love to move the Secretary of State's amendment in total, but I don't have it in order to read it and put it in front of everybody. So I don't know how you want to do that, but
You do have the language though, Mr. Shum, and you could send it to our attorneys and you'd read it for us again. So at least the amendments where you have the language readily available. I know we talked about something in chapter or title 11, but if you want to move that amendment
yeah,
this time.
I want to move the Secretary of State's amendment, if they have the language and everything, if they could submit that to LSO, but I want to move their amendment.
So Mr. Schoen, if you would, before I even ask for a second, remind us on your amendments and the pages. We'll go through them real quick again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we can just simply provide collectively between us here our bill with our markups, which has all the language in there. But I'll run through those again for the committee. First one was on page 2, and it was lines 9 through 11. The definition of vendor, it's currently in just the general definition section, which of course would affect vendor being used in any other chapter. And so our suggestion was to move that into chapter 11 itself. So it could be used as within this chapter, vendor means. And
That's still in Title 22, Chapter 11 then?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we do have a definition section in there, Josh?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have a definition section in there. I would likely suggest creating a new section, which would be 22-11-101.1. There's a 101 that was previously repealed. So to avoid duplicating numbers, we do a 101.1.
So we at least have a placeholder. Go ahead on the other amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also in addition to that definition, we wanted to suggest language to be added on line 11 following systems to say for tabulating election results, just to narrow in exactly what these systems are doing. The next amendment, oh, thank you, is on the bottom of page 3, line 21, the very last word, and, to be stricken. And then on page 4, a new Romanet 6. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad that Director Byrne is up here with me. She's all these little details. I appreciate it. So on line 4, actually, after updates, instead of a period, we'll make that a semicolon, sorry, and then add the new Romanet 6. And that language says the checksum value associated with the escrowed source code for the electronic voting system and system components for which certification is being sought. And we will provide, of course, that exact language to LSO.
And Mr. Chairman, conforming friendly, remove the and on the previous Romanet.
And delete the semicolon. Yeah.
It'll be automatic, but
It'll be automatic. Do you want to go through all of them, Representative Duncan, as one big, or do you want to stop here and make that motion?
I'm good to carry them so far.
Okay, keep going, Director.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next amendment is on that same page, lines 21 through 23, to remove entirely.
That's page 4?
Page 4, lines 21 through 23 to be removed. And then also on page 4, beginning on line 25, to start Romanet 2, adding the language, a county clerk notifies the Secretary of State and then everything else written as is. And after line 27, certification, right before that semicolon, to add or ongoing certification. Certification or ongoing certification.
So we take, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, we take 3 Romanets and make 2 Romanets by kind of combining the first one. Okay, keep going.
Okay. And then the last and final suggested amendment, it was more of almost a research question, whether or not we could add a section that if this bill becomes effective, that the rules currently in place would be repealed by the nature of this becoming law.
That happens automatically, though, doesn't it? Do you need a statute to tell you your current rules and regs are repealed with a new statute that overrides them?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the way that we understand the rules process is once they're out there and they're active, to be repealed, you have to go back through that rules process to repeal them. And so I believe they would be concurrent, happening at the same time unless it was repealed, whether by statute, if possible, that's what I don't know, or if it still needs to go through that regular rules process.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, Senator Case.
So I'm a little confused. It seems to me that the Secretary of State has rulemaking authority. And do we need to specifically address rulemaking authority in this bill? It seems like you have that authority. If this bill conflicts with your rules, you've got to exercise that authority to fix that. Josh, can you help me with that?
Go ahead, Josh.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I would just say, in general, statute has a higher priority than rulemaking. So generally, a statute would control over a conflicting rule. So I think the statute would take priority while the Secretary of State would then eventually repeal these rules, I think, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so that is the amendment. And do you wish to move Representative Duncan?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Case. Discussion from the committee. Those seem pretty perfunctory changes to me, so no major policy shifts on those besides making sure we have some source code. All right.
And Mr. Chairman?
Senator Case.
Just to be clear, it, as I understood it, it does not include the last piece about the rulemaking, but we think that's covered. Okay. So yeah, I'm definitely good with it. Thank you.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. I noticed people online also said aye. So any other anything, other comments? I didn't really ask before we closed public comment, but I know you did hear from several people who expressed some concerns, especially about if the machines get updated, if they get new code added. Do we have protection in place? Secretary Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple comments, and I appreciate you guys putting in that amendment. One of the major important parts on that is adding the checksum to it. There's been quite a few comments about, when they do updates or they perform maintenance on that, the ability to check that checksum. So when we have software that's certified, a version of software, they read that checksum at that time. If you change 1 byte of information in that software, that changes the checksum. So you can leave the version the same. So say you're using version 4.9 or something, and you can use that and keep that version so it says that outwardly, but you can change the software. Using the checksum, and that's why we made that recommendation, is we can check that checksum, and if it doesn't match what was certified, then it's been changed. So that was the reason for that. And with a lot of the comments, Mr. Chairman, that we hear, just want to reiterate that here in Wyoming, we do use paper ballots. We have an optical reader that tabulates those. And, we always have those paper ballots, and there's a chain of custody on those paper ballots. When they're in that locked tabulator, When that's opened up, there's at least 2 people that sign off on those. And that chain of custody, those ballots then are locked up and must be kept for 2 years. So we do have the paper ballots to back it up at any time. Tabulators, I mean, we've been using optical readers since, I can remember back in elementary school when we do tests, they read them. Now, sometimes there is questions. If the optical reader rejects it, then we can go back and look at those ballots. I'll tell you, there is no perfect system. As long as we have humans, as long as we have electronics, there is. But I think that we're doing, and by having these certified and everybody's using the same equipment in the state, we're not using different ones. I think that we're doing the best we can as far as ensuring the integrity of those. One final comment, as they were talking about some of the poll workers and things like that. For some of you that remember, last election cycle was the first time that the party's been able to use poll watchers legally. And so it's still kind of a learning process. Just I believe it was last week, we had a meeting with the county clerks and the party going over different complaints and comments that were made. And I want to commend the county clerks on that. We're working with them. If there's problems, we get those settled. And the county clerks are really stepping up on that. There's been mistakes made with the poll watcher system, and those are being addressed. So, thank you.
Senator Scott, question?
First time parties used poll watchers. I can remember poll watchers a long time ago.
I'll have them explain, but go ahead, Secretary.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of us can remember years back, but for many, many years, the Republican Party was under a consent decree that forbid them from using poll watchers. That was removed as of the last election cycle. So that was the first cycle in many, many years. You go way back. Yes, we did. But it was forbidden under a consent decree.
Discussion, any other committee members on the bill? Any other amendments from the committee? We're only a couple hours behind. Seeing none, question being called. This will be a roll call vote on 189, the 2023 session. Clarissa, you calling the roll? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of no. Senator Case? Senator Nethercott excused? Senator Scott? Representative Blackburn? Representative Burt? Representative Clausen? Representative Duncan? Representative Ayre? Representative LeBeau?
Aye.
Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Roscoe? Co-Chairman Driscoll? Chairman Zwanitzer? Mr. Chairman, we have 12 ayes, 1 no, 1 excused.
All right. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and start with 191, the Utah model for municipal nonpartisan ranked choice elections. And I'm going to really try hard to keep this 10 minutes since we're running behind. It's going to be a long day. We'll start in about 30 seconds as soon as everybody's in their seats.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, when people get sit down, I'd like to have an educational moment of like 1 minute because we have found some confusion about the issue of the 7 o'clock and the poll watchers. And I think we can understand where that confusion came from the statute book. So if I
As soon
could,
as Roscoe and Eric,
if I could have an educational minute.
you have the floor starting in 5. All right, floor is yours, Senator Case.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's very interesting, and I can understand, this was brought to my attention by Clerk Rimmer from Converse County, that when you look at the election code and you look at 22-14-102, there's a catch title, and you guys can't see it, but the catch title's in bold on top of the actual statute. And the catch title is somewhat misleading because the catch title says 22-14-102, who may be present after polls close, making poll books agree, counting votes. And then the title says, after all the votes are cast and the polls are officially declared closed, only election judges shall be permitted in the polling place. Well, if you go by the catch title, which isn't part of the statute, you might think you have to throw people out immediately as the polls close. And I can see that interpretation. But if you read the title, it says after all the votes are cast and. So that means that people are within, it's an and, both conditions have to have happened. So that's a really easy thing for someone to be confused about, Mr. Chairman. And election workers, they hold this and they think that the bold is the law. And so these kind of things are where the education process and just a little bit of give and take and mutual understanding helps a lot. And I really thank our Converse County Clerk for pointing this out to me. And we might need to can you redo catch titles, Josh? Is there a way?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, generally they're, sorry, Mr. Chairman, yes, there's no procedure to directly just amend the catch title that I'm aware of. It's something we can bring up with our publisher maybe. I'll work with Sherry and our publisher and see if we can maybe get that corrected.
Yeah, and maybe we could say to just make the language of the catch title match the language of the statute. Who may be present after the polls close and all votes are cast.
Secretary of State, that sounds like a good addition to the revisions bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unless there is something we can put it in right now. With that, let's move on to Bill Draft 191, which is our municipal nonpartisan ranked choice election bill draft. Anna's presenting. Welcome forward, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This bill draft was requested at the August meeting. It's entitled 23 LSO 191 Municipal Nonpartisan Ranked Choice Elections. This bill draft allows municipalities to opt to conduct their elections using ranked choice voting. There's a definition section starting on page 2. There is a staff comment on page 5, which states that the committee may wish to consider using the existing recount criteria instead of the recount criteria in this bill draft. The recount criteria in the bill draft is a little confusing, it's a little complicated, and so the committee might wish to consider what's already in 22-16-109. The new Wyoming statute 22-23-1103 on page 5 creates the Municipal Alternate Voting Methods Pilot Project The staff comment on page 6 indicates that the committee will need to determine when the pilot project begins and ends. A municipality that wishes to participate in the pilot project is required to provide written notice to the Secretary of State before January 1 of the year when the pilot project is to be in effect. And the Secretary of State is required to maintain a current list of municipalities participating in the pilot project. A participating municipality shall conduct any multi-candidate race using ranked choice voting, and participating municipalities also shall not conduct primaries related to races using ranked choice voting at the general election. The staff comment on page 8 indicates that Utah's legislation prevents participating municipalities from conducting primary elections related to multi-candidate races only. The committee may wish to consider if primaries should not be held in any participating municipality and just have a general election in these pilot project municipalities. It's something to consider. Obviously, it's not what Utah does. The new Wyoming statute 2223-1104 on page 8 describes the ranked choice voting process. Subsection B on page 9 describes the ballot format for the ranked choice election. And then subsection C on page 10 describes how votes are counted in ranked choice elections. If a first preference vote tallying leads to someone getting more than 50% of the vote, that person wins. If no one gets more than 50% of the vote, the person who gets the fewest first preference votes is excluded, and that person's votes are added to the remaining candidates' totals. The process continues until someone gets more than 50% of the vote and is declared elected. Subsection E on page 12 indicates that a vote is not valid for a particular vote counting phase and for all subsequent phases if the elector indicates the same numerical rank for more than one candidate. And then subsections F and G starting on page 12 describe when recounts will be required and the process for doing so. Subsection H on page 14 describes how ties would be broken. The staff comment on page 15 indicates that in special municipal elections in Wyoming, the governing body casts lots instead of using the process described in the bill draft, and the committee may wish to consider using that process instead. Subsections J and K on pages 15 and 16 describe the process used when seats for a multi-seat office are being filled. And then new Wyoming statute 2223-1105, starting on page 16, describes the batch elimination process. And according to the bill draft, batch elimination is optional. The county or municipal clerk may decide to eliminate candidates using batch elimination, which is where candidates are excluded if the number of remaining candidates with more valid votes than the candidate to be excluded are greater than or equal to the number of offices to be filled. Wyoming statute 2223-1106 on page 18 describes the filing fee and application form to be used for candidates seeking election. And new 2223-1107 on page 20 describes the process for the municipal clerk to certify the names of qualified candidates for election. Section 2, starting on page 20, is conforming amendments. And then section 3 on page 25 indicates that this act will only apply to municipal elections held after January 1st, 2024. Section 4 is a rulemaking section, and then section 5 has a split effective date. And I would stand for any questions.
Questions from Ms. Johnson on the mechanics of the bill? Not seeing any, Anna. Congrats.
Thanks.
I know we have a couple of people online who are going to testify. Secretary of State's office, do you have comments you want to make on this bill draft? And I'm guessing the county clerks won't be too far behind. Welcome back, Secretary Allred, Director Schoen. Whoever wants the floor first.
Mr. Chairman, Director Schoen has a lot of information for you on this bill, so I defer to him.
Mr. Chairman, Kai Schoen, Election Director, Secretary of State's Office. This bill, as written, I'm not going to talk much about what this bill does in the language, but just some high-level information this committee has heard before, and it's really specific to ranked choice voting and the voting systems that we currently have in place. The current version of software we have with ES&S, in fact, none of their versions have a ranked choice element to it. Therefore, our current system, which is federally certified, doesn't have that component, and the component that's used is outside of that federally certified system. It's a third-party utility. There's open source software that I believe even Utah uses to achieve this, which does mean, again, you're getting your results on an uncertified computer using open source software. And so, again, because of our federal certification requirement, this isn't something that we can currently do under our rules that are currently in place, because it's not federally certified. But in addition to that, there's a few just fiscal impacts that do affect the Secretary of State's office. One is a bit smaller one, and that's with our voter registration system, WireReg. There's some components of it in reporting and contest management that would need to be altered and modified, and that's at the tune of $55,000. The other larger fiscal impact to that is the ranked choice voting utility itself to be used. And I do know that costs each county $10,000 per election to use it. That's an ongoing expense that happens. And certainly if you're going to roll something like this out, you're going to want to train, the counties. And so that's at about $2,000 or so, per county for that training, bringing it to just around, $45,000 or so for the training component. And so year one, if this were to take effect, that fiscal impact would be $329,965. And the ongoing expense for each election would be $230,000. That's how that works. And I know this is for a pilot, so I don't know if that's something that, well, nonetheless, it's a lot of money to spend on what could be potentially just a pilot project that doesn't go forward. I don't have anything, again, like I said, on the actual language of the bill, just some high-level information that's impact to our office, and would answer any questions the committee might have.
Questions for Director Schoen? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, you were just a little too quick for me to write down how much is the, it's 10,000 per county per year of any county that has a participating municipality in this, and how much was the training?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, so it's $10,000 per county per election. And then the training, I'll just read the exact number we had down here, was $1,955 per county, which takes that total of training to $44,965.
So any municipality who wanted to do this, it would be implemented by their county clerk, that election, 2 elections, 10,000 each, plus training, 25,000 minimum for this kind of pilot project. Should a city want to take it on?
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct. The one thing that would still have to happen, though, is the change to our voter registration system for a county to utilize that, because it is a statewide system.
Okay, further questions? Not seeing any? Oh, Secretary?
Just one comment that might have been missed as Director Schoen was saying. So our systems cannot do this. And so what they would have to do is they take the results out of our system. And so when they take those results out of the tabulators, they put those in a hardened computer to come up with all those systems. That's isolated, it's completely off, and it's certified that is hardened. It's not, you can't touch that computer. So they would have to take those results and put them in a non-hardened computer to run that runs this software, because this software cannot reside on our computers. So it would have to go to, so again, that's going to bring that into consideration. Thank you.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for a little bit of clarification for me. So our results wouldn't commingle with their results. Our results would come off of our system and go into their system. So we wouldn't have a worry or anything about cross-contamination or anything like that. Not that that's the right word, but that's what comes to mind. So we wouldn't have to worry about, the only word I can come up with is cross-contamination.
It's an ag state. Go ahead, Director Schoen.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, yeah, we don't have the back and forth, which would cause that contamination of our hardened computers. You're correct.
Other questions, committee?
So,
Senator Case.
well, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So just trying to understand the mechanics of this, and I want to see if the election people from the Secretary of State agree. We have the hardened, protected system, which the ballots would first be run through. And then those results would be put on another computer, would process the ranked choice. But supposing we didn't trust the ranked choice, we would still have the paper ballots from the previous system, and we could actually do the ranked choice by hand, I suppose. I realize that's a tall order, but it could be done from those paper ballots if you didn't believe the results of the ancillary system. Is it at least theoretical possible?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, theoretically, yes, that could be possible. Again, in our statutes and other parts of the election code, it says that there's ballots that are designed to be tabulated by a voting system. That shall be the official result.
Right.
And so getting to a hand type of tabulation of that wouldn't be congruent with current statute, I don't believe.
And Mr. Chairman, do we have instances where entities reimburse for election costs? I mean, for example, in terms of like, I don't know, maybe a special district, they ask the clerk to run their election and then they pay for it. Is that common in Wyoming? Can we have a mechanism for that? What I'm getting at, Mr. Chairman, is can we have a mechanism whereby the municipality that wants to do this would pay the additional cost?
Director Schoen, anything preventing that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, nothing prevents that. I do think that takes place now, not in all cases, but I do believe that some special districts and municipalities do cover some costs of the county, but the county clerks will certainly be, I think, better positioned to answer that more directly and specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schoen. Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Further questions? Seeing none at this time. County clerks. Mr. Irvin, welcome. Ms. Langford, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Malcolm Irvin. I'm the Platte County Clerk and also the President of the County Clerks Association of Wyoming. With me is Mary Langford. She works for the association now, really just to interface with this committee and the legislature as a whole. On this specific bill, really, I just am looking for some clarification. As I read through it, it appears to me as though this only applies to municipal elections that are ran concurrently with primary and general elections and conducted by us. And if the intent of this is for those municipalities who conduct a May town election, which we do not conduct, those municipalities have that ability to opt into this. The way I read this, the answer would be no. Either way, Mr. Chairman, I would just look for some clarification on that, just to make sure that we understand that if this is passed and a municipality within our county chooses to participate in this pilot program, that it will be on us to administer that. And so, Mr. Chairman, that would really be my only question, clarification on this bill, and if Mary has anything else.
Mr. Chairman and committee, Mary Langford. The only comment that I have is just to reinforce what the Secretary of State's office has said. We're concerned about the fiscal impacts and the requirements that will be made to upgrade equipment, upgrade WyoReg, and certification and training. We're concerned about the third-party tabulator software that is not certified. So same concerns.
Questions for the county clerks? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, to both of you, how does the May election work? Are there elections for positions on the councils and the mayor on those elections sometimes? I know there were other things that are on municipal May elections, like ballot issues and stuff, but how does that work?
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to really allow Ms. Langford to answer for the majority, but I do, in Platte County, we have a mixture of municipalities that ran concurrently and those that conduct May elections. And on their May election, we have no involvement. They operate under a charter ordinance, and the statute does allow for them to have ballot propositions at that May election, but I'll allow Mary to expand.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, just to reinforce what he said, my experience in Sublette County, all three of the towns in Sublette County were charter ordinance elections. They conducted their own election on a paper ballot. And of course, they don't have very large turnouts. They don't have equipment. And a lot of times their charter ordinance is really old. And there's issues with election rules that we're concerned with statute compared to what their charter ordinance is. So it was, it's just that anonymity that they have to conduct their own elections. Their town clerks do that. And yeah.
So,
Senator Case, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. So in terms of when we have a primary and a general election cycle, I always just thought it was uniform that municipal spots, they're nonpartisan, but the top two vote getters at a council seat or a mayor seat go forward to the general. So the May election doesn't fit in that cycle, and it's like a one-time deal. So how does that work? Do they actually have kind of, I'm fascinated by it. Tell me how that works, and since there's not a primary and two going forward, how does that work? And maybe I'm asking the wrong people. Maybe I should talk to municipalities, but please, if you can.
Go ahead, Mr. Irvin.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, you are correct. For those municipalities that choose to have a concurrent election, those positions will go through a primary election and then the general. Those nominated at the primary are twice in number to be elected at the general. So if there's one mayoral position, we forward two mayoral candidates, two council positions, we forward four nominated council members. The May election is a one-time shot. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's why I really wanted the clarification whether the intent of this was to apply to that May town election where they do not have that nominating procedure. It's just all those interested. And Mr. Chairman, it seems to me, in talking to my colleagues, this May town election is really, it's usually employed by smaller municipalities where they'll have two council positions, a mayoral position, and nobody left to run for anything else. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's why I think that the May option was there for those smaller municipalities that may not have twice the number to be elected, even interested in running.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll close this out, but I think this is a real important piece, everybody. Could we authorize those municipalities to conduct their own instant runoff election? I prefer that term to ranked choice. Instant runoff election in the paper manner. Just by hand doing the paper ballots. Could we authorize them to do that? There's any reason why not, that they couldn't just do the same thing?
I guess that's a question to the county clerics, but it seems odd for you to answer it. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, after the last corporation's meeting, I imagine that this bill draft would actually only include the May town election. And so when this bill draft was specific to those ran concurrently with primary and general elections, that's why I wanted that clarification, because I walked away from that meeting thinking that this would be a municipal option that the municipalities were conducting. And if it ends up being us that does conduct it, you've heard Ms. Langford and Director Schoen talk about what will be required. We're up to the task, but there will be some education required. But Mr. Chairman, I am certainly no expert on what your authority is as a legislature to be able to tell a municipality, but I would believe that under 2223-202, it could just be applicable to this new section as well.
Or we could skin the cat another way, Mr. Chairman. Is we could allow that certainly for the May election. We could allow municipalities to just hold one election in the primary general cycle at the general time to apply that. So there's lots of options here, but thank you so much. I've just learned so much from you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might go to LSO. I thought in our previous presentation, didn't some of the Utah municipalities, didn't they choose it not to have a primary? They just chose just a general. And maybe someone on the committee remembers, but I remember some of the testimony was that some of the municipalities just chose to do a general and some chose to do both, if I remember right.
And I do think we have some people who want to testify who would confirm or deny that, yes. All right, other questions for the clerks? Seeing none, unless you have other comments. Nope, good. Let's go online to Mr. Germer. Matt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Matthew Germer. I am a researcher at the R Street Institute. We're a think tank that's focused on free markets and limited government, and I focus on election policy there. I'm here today to follow up on testimony that I provided to you a few months ago when you considered both this bill and I believe number 192 that's on the way that mimics the Alaska model, both of which use instant runoff elections. And I'm here to talk a little bit about that, but also to answer any questions that you might have. Very briefly, I'd like to highlight a couple of the benefits of instant runoff elections, and particularly why I think this is a reform that aligns with conservative values, which are values that I hold. Under instant runoffs, winners have majority support. The founders designed our republic where the people choose our government to act on our behalf. For this to work, the will of the people must be more than just the will of a minority of voters. It should be at least a majority, and instant runoffs are designed to help ensure that candidates who are elected have the support of a majority of voters. Similarly, they better reflect how voters actually feel about the candidates. Instant runoff elections eliminate some of the pressures of what's known as strategic voting, and instead allows for people to vote their consciences, removing that feeling of a binary choice or a lesser of two evils. Not to imply in any way that anyone on this committee is any form of a lesser of two evils representative, but sometimes voters might feel like they have to pick between two, even though they don't actually love one of the options. Instant runoff elections allow for a better reflection of how people feel about candidates. Additionally, I'm a free market advocate, and I appreciate that instant runoff elections help to create more competition in elections, particularly for those who are supporters of third parties and independent candidates. For many voters, their heart might align with those third-party candidates or with independent candidates, but they worry that they're throwing away their vote if they pick that person in a traditional winner-take-all election. Instant runoffs gives them an opportunity to support their favorite candidate without feeling like they're throwing away their votes, and that creates more opportunities for candidates. And I'll note that portion of my testimony perhaps maybe applies a bit more to the Alaska bill, but to spare you from giving this testimony twice, I wanted to include it here. The bottom line from all of this is that instant runoff elections that use ranked choice voting helps to create more accountability for the voters. It removes strategic pressures, it allows for more choices, creates more competition, and all of that gives voters just another tool for holding the representatives accountable. Accountability is not a principle unique to conservatives, but it is one deeply held by conservatives, and it's something that's bolstered by instant runoffs. Finally, the remainder of my time, I just want to mention that as you consider this proposal, 191 as well as 192, I'm happy to answer questions based on my research on voting systems that are in place across the country. In particular, I'll note that I have a decade of experience participating in open primaries, which is one of the features of the Alaska Bill 192. But I also have experience working and voting in top 2 elections in California and Washington. And as you consider top 4, I'm happy to answer questions about how the process has worked in my experience as a voter in top 2, and why I think that the top 4 model is much more effective than top 2 at accomplishing those goals. You will hear, I believe, from folks who have experience participating both in the Utah pilot program, as well as in Alaska's recent Top 4 system. And hopefully you can ask great questions for them about participating in those experiences. I appreciate the work that you've done on this topic so far, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Drimmer? Not seeing any right now, Matt, but don't go too far. Other public comment on this bill? We're on 191, the Utah model of municipal ranked choice voting. Come on down, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Matt Freeman, live here in Cheyenne. So I'm a simple person. I like things to be straightforward, concise, and to the point. And I think when it comes to voting, we should, make sure and keep it that way. I've been kind of wrapping my brain around this ranked choice thing now for 3-4 weeks because it's kind of a new idea to me. I hadn't really heard of it before, even though I maybe came from a state that was using it. Maybe I just didn't recognize it. And so this tends to complicate things. I've heard varying arguments that, some voters may not even fill in the 2, 3, or 4 columns. And then we're also calling it an instant runoff now. And so I think, it tends to confuse issues when we start to just add things into the mix. But the part I want to point out that I find extremely fascinating is previously this morning, we were talking about some of these things, and the committee didn't seem to be for hand counting or having uncertified software. And yet now we've brought those both up as being a good thing for this bill. The last thing I'd point out is, are there actually municipalities that want to run this pilot program? And if that's the case, why can't they just do that under their own rules? Why do we need a state rule for the municipality to run a pilot program? Thank you. Stand for questions.
Questions, Mr. Freeman? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody from WHAM here, I should ask, from the Association of Municipalities? Mr. Frazier, you just come on up. I think the question on the committee's mind is, do we know of any municipalities who might want to take this step? And if you heard from any of them, and any other remarks you want to make? And anything Senator Case asked, go ahead.
Well, could we tag on the issue of whether they would have authority now on their May elections?
Thank you. So for the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. To answer the question, first of all, I haven't heard from any cities that want to do this. I also don't know that it's been well publicized. It's not been a great topic of conversation at our level. In fact, I need to let you know that our board has not taken a formal position on this. And part of the reason for that is that it's optional. And we don't tend to, mind having options. I think if this were mandatory, my membership would probably have about 5 different opinions about it. In that vein, I think it's wise that if and when you do this, that it is a pilot program. So I do appreciate that if we wade into this, we're going to want to test it out a little bit. And I think you'd probably, although I don't know of any specific right now, you'd probably have a handful of cities that would participate in this pilot program. I don't think you'd see most of them go to this until they saw how the pilot worked out. And that's, did I
answer my questions? Anybody else questions?
I can't remember what Senator Case asked. Did I
Well,
answer it?
And Mr. Chairman, it may be unfair, but Mr. Fraser, can you speculate? I mean, right now, the May election, they have their own machines apparently, or their own paper ballots, and they just, they do their own thing. Could they implement this in the May election now? And that's just a question.
Yeah, thank you. That was a question I missed. Thank you, through the chairman, to Senator Case. I don't know if they're authorized to make this kind of a change. I think in terms of logistics, they certainly could. I would have to defer to Secretary of State's office about I'd be surprised if they were authorized to do something like this without, legislative authorization to do it. And it is, and I would add that it really is a minority of the cities that do that, and they are, as was indicated earlier, all small cities.
Further questions in municipalities? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
Thank you.
All right, I know we had a couple. Yep, come on down, ma'am. Any seat you would like in. Hope so.
It's on. Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ann Lucas, and I'm a private citizen. A little nervous right now. Yeah, I will. I won't sing, I promise. I'm new to this. I have no legal background. I have no political background. So when you ask if I've brought proof of anything, no, I'm telling you my opinion. I'm a voter. This seems to me that if I am an unwise voter who votes for somebody who's maybe not in the top 2 for popularity, that my vote will get scraped and spread across all those rest of those candidates who survive. As a voter, that would not be my choice because I choose who I vote for. And perhaps I have an overly simplistic view of this, but I suspect I'm not alone in that viewpoint. It seems to me that we would just keep shuffling the deck, but it wouldn't be any of us who would do this. It would be a computer. We are told that it's very hard to count hand paper ballots. We can't afford to do that. We can't take the time to do that. But somehow we will let these computers do this because, good Lord, if we can't count paper ballots, we probably can't calculate how to spread those loser votes among the winners. So we're letting machines make our decisions for us again. My question would be, do municipalities put this choice of ranked choice voting, instant runoff? That's a new term for me. It must be trendy. So do voters get to decide this? Or do municipalities just decide this? Those are questions I have. I think that we need to talk about this a whole lot more before we make decisions. Thank you. I would entertain questions if you have them.
Questions from Ms. Lucas? It'd be nice. She's my precinct committee woman.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lucas, I really appreciate your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's not very, I think we shouldn't characterize it as taking your vote and giving it to somebody else. Your vote for person C and giving it to person A. That would, if person C, if there's 3 people, A, B, and C, and you rank them, the C vote may be eliminated because there wasn't enough for them to even, they're the lowest getting votes. But then you still cast a ballot for A or B, and that would count in the next round. Now, if you choose not to vote for A and B and you only vote for C, well, C's vote's just gone. It's just the same as having a runoff election the next day. Because if in that same circumstance, say you didn't vote for A or B or rank them, and you only voted for C, but C got the least, then the next day we hold another election. But C, because they got the least, they're not on the ballot. So now it's between A and B, and you get another chance to do that. Well, in the instant runoff, you kind of say on the first day what you would do on the second day if C were eliminated. And so that's why it's not really stealing your vote or moving it around. It really is just saying, hey, what if we had another election tomorrow and C was gone? What would you do? And you can do all those combinations by your ranking, and it actually does work out to kind of do the same instantly as having a series of runoffs. And that's kind of cool. I hope that helps, but it doesn't get rid of your vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead and
redirect.
respond if you'd like.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, thank you for clarifying that. It did help somewhat. I would, though, like to tell you what I would do in a situation like that, because I'm a voter that takes this responsibility very seriously. I know who I'm voting for. I don't vote for the name you know, and I'm working hard right now to educate people in Laramie County on how to do this. It doesn't take a lifetime. But so if I vote for candidate C, who is eliminated, and if we had an election the next day, if I didn't vote for candidate A or B the first time, I'm probably not going to vote for those candidates the second time. I would write somebody in probably. Sometimes it's my husband because he's the smartest man I know. But sometimes I write in very thoughtful write-ins, and I can tell you that this primary election in Laramie County resulted in a record number of write-in votes. And as an interested party, I asked for and received the write-in totals from our clerk's office. And it was amazing how many really thoughtful and not Mickey Mouse, not Donald Trump write-in votes were cast. It was quite startling, really. And so I would say don't discount that. But what I think as a voter is that I don't want a machine making a decision for my vote at all. I want to decide how my vote goes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Thank
may
you.
I respond?
Sure.
So, Mrs. Lucas, I think you're right on to something. And right on and right in, you can still write in under the ranked choice voting, and you can indicate what rank you want your write-in to be. It can be your first choice. It could be your second choice if C doesn't fail. But the write-in would be counted. Just the way write-ins are counted now, they're really important. And we could accommodate write-ins in exactly the same way, except for it's in an instant runoff situation. I think that's really cool.
Okay, that's not probably a question. Any other questions for Representative Roscoe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if possibly this is a pilot project, and it would start out in, it sounds like, I'm not sure how they did it in Alaska, but I mean, it would be small municipalities that actually do paper ballots. Would that change your opinion of trying something out like this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, thank you. I am perhaps distrustful, and I don't think we should change things just because we can. And a paper ballot cast the first time would go for my candidate C, perhaps. Well, how would that work then? My vote would still be reapplied without my actual participation, right?
It's not really a question, Representative Roscoe, unless you have another question.
I'm musing, I think,
Yeah.
more than anything, because I don't expect you to know all of the answers either. You're investigating at the same time.
No, Mr. Chairman, I do have a comment that I think your participation in a small town that Wyoming was just trying to experiment with this. It is new for a lot of states, but it does seem to allow for third-party candidates, and and that would align with your write-in candidates. And so it seems to be it would elevate the freedom of the electorate. That's just my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Duncan, do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Do you support the runoff bill that was the last couple of years?
Not really.
Other questions, Lucas? Seeing none?
Thank you for the opportunity to tell you my opinion.
Thank you very much. Oh, vicious. Okay. Other people wish to testify? Yep, go ahead, Ms. Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ken Chestick. I've seen you all before. You've seen me in other capacities, but here I'm on my own behalf individually. Many of you may know that I am also a candidate for House District 13 for the current election. And in the process of talking to voters at their doorsteps, I ask them what's on their mind. And one thing that comes up fairly often is the tenor of the political discourse that's going on throughout Wyoming right now has gotten very bad and very toxic, and people are tending to back away from wanting to participate in elections and voting because they are cynical. They become cynical about the way we talk with each other and the way we have two camps and they're fighting with each other, and it's very toxic. I'm going to take cue from Mr. Gerson about, I want to talk about both this bill and the Alaska bill. They're very similar and I want to speak generally in favor of the ranked choice voting system, because I think it is one way to help with the toxicity of our political discourse. If you are in a ranked choice election, you're not just saying vote for me and only me. The candidate will want to also appeal to some other voter that might rank you second or might rank you third. Because if you don't make the first cut, you're going to want to have somebody have you ranked second. So you're not going to be trying to offend all the other candidates and attack all the other candidates. You're going to say, you're going to present yourself in a way that's more palatable to a wider range of potential voters. So I think, and I think the states that have done this have seen that the level of toxic discussions has gone down as candidates try and appeal to a wider range of potential voters. So that is another big advantage I see of ranked choice voting. It's not changing for the sake of change, it's changing for the sake of improving our discourse and improving our systems. And I think it's a very important change, and I support either this bill or the ranked choice voting, the Alaska model. Either one, I think, would accomplish that, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. Chestick? Not seeing any, Ken?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay. Other public comment on the Utah? Mr. Odom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to make a comment on the last testimony as to toxicity in our current elections. In the year 1800, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams were in a heated race. And at one point, Thomas Jefferson called John Adams a hermaphroditic weasel. So I don't think the toxicity has really increased that much. And I really don't see where that should be a consideration of how we run our elections. And that's all I have to say.
Questions for Mr. Odom? Seeing none. Thanks, Tom. Other public comment, Ms. Sure. Coming up, Mr. Moody. I get all my precinct committee people today coming forward. All right. Welcome to Corporations.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of the committee. Mark Moody, just an ordinary citizen here in Laramie County. I'm against this just because we've heard before there's problems. I know in Alaska, in one NBC report, 20% didn't fill it out completely. So like great problems here in municipal elections. I remember there was a bill brought up in the past in the state Senate allowing for the municipal elections, say city council, school board, conservation districts to be partisan, but it died. I just think that might be something to look at instead of having the ranked choice and maybe having a true runoff like Georgia did in 2020. So that's all I have to say.
Questions, Mr. Moody? No? Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here today. Other public comment on the Utah model? Ms. Law? Welcome.
Good morning.
Still morning for a few minutes. Mr. Chair and esteemed committee members, my name is Jen Lowe. I am the Executive Director at the Equality State Policy Center. ESPC is a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for fair elections, transparent government, and thriving communities. ESPC partnered with Senator Boner to submit this topic as an interim topic for this session, so I thank you for taking it up today. Senator Boner is unable to join today. He had a previous family commitment. I would like to point out that the bill before you today is enabling legislation. It enables local jurisdictions to choose whether or not they would like to use ranked choice voting for nonpartisan races. There is no mandate with this bill, and there is no requirement to practice ranked choice voting. This is local control at its finest. This bill is also very different from the bill, Alaska-style bill that we're going to discuss in a little bit. I would like to point that out, that this is at the municipal level for nonpartisan races, while the other bill is not. I appreciate the Secretary of State's office input that our current system would not accommodate ranked choice voting, and that there are some costs associated with updating our systems and also training staff. However, there will be a cost associated with any sort of reform that is considered and implemented. Runoff elections will cost millions of dollars if we decide to go that route. Ranked choice voting is an inexpensive way to conduct a runoff election. Legislators in Utah voted in 2018 to allow municipalities to practice ranked choice voting for nonpartisan races. That bill passed the Utah legislature 22-0 in the Senate and 67-3 in the House. Those lawmakers fully supported this sort of policy. In 2021, 20 cities in Utah used RCV for nonpartisan races, and post-election results show that voters found it easy and look forward to using it again in future elections. Ranked choice voting is intuitive. We as humans are hardwired to put our preferences in order. Really, those are all the comments that I have on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Jen? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for being a Senator Case.
I appreciate the support, Mr. Chairman. And so the concerns, you seem to be pretty smart on all this stuff. So the concerns that the Secretary of State's office brought up about making it accommodate, and then the fact of the reimbursement by municipalities, you think all those things could be made to make this bill workable?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you
Next,
for your
we're gonna-
time and for your service.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Mr. Monson online. Derek, welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Derek Monson. I work at a conservative think tank in Salt Lake City, Utah, called Sutherland Institute, and just came on to share some perspective with our experience here in Utah. Just to be upfront, Sutherland doesn't have a position for or against ranked choice voting. We have been studying the issue, however, as something that obviously, as you all know, is here in Utah and is something that cities are participating in. So we've done some research on the issue. By way of background on ranked choice voting, the pilot program in Utah was first initiated by 2 cities in 2019. Our municipal elections are in odd years. So it started in 2 cities in 2019, and then it has been mentioned, expanded to about 20 cities in the last cycle in 2021. The experience that a lot of voters had in those cities was captured by some polling done there, and 8 in 10 voters who use ranked choice voting said that they thought it was satisfactory. They were satisfied with it. Similar number, 8 in 10, said they thought it was easy to use. Those satisfaction numbers are comparable to the average voter's experience in non-ranked choice voting elections, so it was also part of that survey. 9 in 10 ranked choice voters reported that the instructions they received on it were clear and were understandable. And just over 6 in 10 voters who use ranked choice voting said they liked it and would use it again. Now, it's important to note that the ease of use among voters is in large part, in our observation, due to communication to voters. So not only did we research this, I can speak from my own experience on this. I was in a city that opted into the ranked choice voting program in 2021, and in our ballots, Utah is primarily a primarily vote by mail state. So when we got our ballots in the mail, there were very clear instructions verbally as to, step one, here's what you do, and here's how you fill it out. It had visuals. And in the run up to the election, there was outreach from election administrators as well as outside nonprofit groups. So there was sufficient kind of public education efforts that I think led to this result of it being easy to use and people being generally satisfied with it. And again, I can say that also from my own experience. We got the ballot, opened it up. The descriptions were very clear. It became very intuitive for both me and my wife. And overall, I think it's been a good experience. There's some things that obviously it's a pilot program, so there are going to be tweaks. There has already been tweaks to the legislation, some technical cleanups and things like that. And so that's the nature of a pilot program. But that is why it is good to introduce as a pilot program, to give cities that are interested experience and to learn things from it. From the Utah experience, I think you're likely to see some cities will take it up and then other cities will join as they observe the experience of the initial cities. And frankly, I'm curious to see how broad it gets in Utah right now. With that, I think I'll just wrap up my comments. I know you guys have a lot to address, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Monson? Utah? Not seeing you right now, Derek. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Representative Yin is online, so we'll give him the floor next. Welcome, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I just wanted to speak a little bit on ranked choice voting, specifically for the municipal elections bill. I wanted to say that one, a computer never decides how you vote. Only you as the voter decide how you vote. So for example, if you only rank one person, you only choose one person, candidate C, let's say you only choose one person, candidate C, that person does not get enough votes to go past the first round, your vote doesn't go to anybody else. That's it. You put in your vote for candidate C, you really didn't like candidate A or B. Neither of those candidates ever get your votes. But your candidate lost, so they just aren't elected. That's what happens. I mean, that happens in any election. And to further really reiterate that this is essentially a runoff election at the same time, I would like the committee to consider comparing the cost of a runoff election to the cost of a ranked choice election. And the way that this would come out, I mean, I think especially if you get the municipality to pay for it, this ends up being the fiscally conservative option. So if we really want to make sure that a majority of our voters choose who are elected, I do think trying out this ranked choice version in the municipal elections really is a way to really understand what Wyoming voters think, how they feel about ranked choice, and it gives that local control. So we're not forcing anyone until we know really how it feels like before we push it out to the rest of the state. So those are the only comments I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Representative Yin? Seeing none, Mike. Thank you very much for being here. Ms. McMahon, since your camera's on, we'll let you go next. Welcome to Corporations.
I just had to put my 2 cents in and give this a historical perspective. I'm Jackie McMahon from Sheridan County, Sheridan, Wyoming, and this is not a new process. This is actually an old process. We used to vote with our feet, and when there were multiple candidates in front of us, we would go stand next to the candidate who was our first choice. It's a caucus. It's a caucus, only we're now using more upgraded forms of tallying what our choices are. If my first choice did not get chosen, there was some coalition building. Someone had to convince me to move my feet in their direction, and I did. And other people did as well, until finally we narrowed it down to what we considered our best choice and the candidate that best represented our interests. We didn't have to move, but in order to get a voice in our representative, we moved with our feet. Essentially, it's the same process. It's a caucus process that both Republicans and Democrats used. As Sheridan County, and I'm going to disengage many people from listening to me as a valid point of view. As a Sheridan County committee woman for the state from the Democratic Party, in our election when we had COVID, we asked the Secretary of State if we could have write-in ballots. I was trying to figure out for how we were going to get choices made. And I thought, well, to protect our voters and us, we'll just get our snow shovels out and people can drive up and put their ballot on a snow shovel. Thankfully, we didn't have to use such antiquated methods. And we ended up with a ranked choice voting that the Secretary of State agreed we could use mail-in ballots. And it was very successful. We felt that the ranked choice voting, unfortunately, by the time our votes get around, the nation has already decided for us who our vote goes to. But it was a very successful way, very easily understood in our election in 2020. Anyway, that's essentially what I have to say, other than the fact that so many people have expressed distrust with politicians and the voting process. And this is a consensus builder. This is a method that builds coalitions, and it is helpful for representing a broader spectrum of our population. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McMahon. Any questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Jackie. Had another person, Jeremiah Jensen. You're in the room if you'd like to go next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and everybody in the committee. This one's, I'm really on the fence with this one, and as well as the next one, you'll be talking about the Alaska model. But from really what I can see, there's number one reason I don't like it is, we're Wyoming, we're not Utah, and we're not Alaska. And I can see a whole lot of overhead and a lot of costs coming along with this, especially years down the road. That's just a big concern. If we have problems with the municipalities, they need to don't have enough people to run. I kind of like, I believe it was Senator Case brought up the idea of instead of having primaries for them, why not just run them in the regular elections? But really, I just don't like it. I look at like the Alaska model, which I know that's, on a whole nother level, which we'll be talking about next, but I'll just try to get this out there. So to take care of two birds with one stone, or bird with two stones here. The way I see it, it's confusing to me, because I've been doing a little research on it, because technically in the primary, Kelly Shabaka in Alaska should be just going against a Democrat in the regular elections, but because of this runoff thing, Lisa Murkowski's still basically in the system. And I don't like it, because I don't see a problem with our election system. And I think if we do, we can come up with something on our own. But I really think that just the cost and the tax dollars this is going to waste, and it could cause a lot of confusion for all the constituents. And thank you all for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any questions? Don't see any, but appreciate you being here. Mr. Stahl, you're up next, Eldon. If you're there.
There, now can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I would, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for letting me take the time. My name is Eldon Stahl. I'm from Uinta County in Evanston, and I'm opposed to this draft bill. Reading through it, I found that it seems quite a convoluted process with all the different formulas for if a certain number of votes are cast in this way, and you get into the candidate amplifier, which is some weird percentage, and the multiplier and all this. If the average person can't read this bill 10 times and explain it to someone else, how this would actually work and how we would determine how many votes people get, who wins, all that, then really what is going on is you have a shift of power, and the power is shifted from the people in how they choose to implement an election, to the argument, well, we just have to trust the machines, trust the process, trust the experts. So this leads to the inability of the people to check the abuse of power, and power effectively shifts to people from the people with the ability to secure integrity of the elections to a select few with the knowledge, connections, and power to control the official outcome. Someone raised the idea of doing a hand count. Well, in the scenario of a ranked choice voting, you have each voter casting 3, 4, maybe 5, I don't know how many different votes that are ranked. That's much more complicated to count if you have a paper ballot count. Much more difficult, much more expensive to really, for the people to find out how that actually worked. So of course, it raises the, I guess the argument, well, why don't we just have a machine do this? The second concern I have is that, by nature, it requires you to vote for people you normally would not vote for, with the real possibility that your second choice, his or her votes, will be applied to a candidate for whom you did not or would not vote. And if you only chose one, then your vote really is going to be thrown out if you're one of the lower ranking candidates. And if that were to happen under the current way of voting we would call it stealing votes. That's what we would call it. Ranked choice voting creates a veneer of legitimacy for such a process of stealing votes in the name of achieving an artificial majority. We could probably vote today on what we want on our pizza, and we would not come up with a majority vote. That's okay. We would still order the pizza. So I would definitely move against this. You could probably observe that the groups that tend to push for ranked choice voting or any change of process are the ones that stand most likely to benefit from that change in the process to tip the scales in their favor. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Stahl? Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stahl, thank you for your testimony today. Would you support the runoff election idea?
I have not taken a position on that. I'm still looking at that.
Okay. Do you?
Keep going.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up. In the sense that we have plurality elections now where we have multiple candidates in particular efforts, and it is certainly possible, for example, in a partisan primary for the nominee to have received less than 50% of the votes. Do you think when we get all done, it's better to have people elected by a majority of voters?
Sure, Mr. Stahl, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that people argue that that's an ideal, but I don't see that as something that's unjust if, you have a candidate that doesn't get a majority of the votes. That's just very common for people to disagree on who should be chosen for many different things.
Mr. Chairman, follow up? One more. So, Mr. Stahl, I think what you're kind of saying is that it's preferable in your idea to have someone that's elected with less than a majority of votes, as long as they represent the folks that you like. And what I'm getting at is I think that the real important thing for elections is that we find a final candidate that best represents what the people want of all parties. And I would submit to you and appreciate your reaction. Why would we think that it is a good idea to have someone go forward to a general election that received a minority of votes? Please just tell me that again.
Go ahead, Mr. Stahl.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, gosh, it sounds like somebody's trying to put words in my mouth. I don't really like that. So all I'm saying is that with the ranked choice voting model that is before us today, what we're doing is creating an artificial majority in the name of putting forward, claiming that we're having majority. People are instructed, hey, you need to vote for these people and rank them. If you don't rank them and only vote for one, your vote might not count at all. Is that superior? Is that better than nominating somebody that might not have 50% plus one?
So, Mr. Chairman, just the final point would be that in a primary,
Okay.
if your candidate doesn't get out of the primary, it's the same thing happens. If you're one of the, not the highest vote getter in a primary is who you vote for, it's not any different. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Mr. Stahl? Seeing none, thank you, Eldon, for being here. Other members of the audience wish to testify on this bill? Ms. Vice Mayor Jorgensen, is that your title? Welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much, Chairman and committee. I'll keep this brief. Vice Mayor in the town of Jackson and currently running for re-election. That being said, I'm here as an individual. This is not a topic that our council has drawn up. I think within the context of the discussion that was going on about election reform and whether runoff election is an option, I think this is an intriguing idea. I don't have a strong yes or no on it, but I think I like the idea of having that option at a local municipality level to explore this as a pilot. I'm very intrigued by what's happening in Utah and watching that. So I'm intrigued by it. And I think it's actually, frankly, a way to give more of a voice to our voters. I think it helps people that might have a viewpoint that is outside of the majority to get their voice heard, and I appreciate that. It's something that's different, and I have confidence in our voters that with good communication, as was talked about in the Utah situation, that this is something that we can grasp and that we can handle. And then my final point relative to the question about primaries versus the general, I would encourage that to be left to the option of the local municipality. I think the primary is really useful. What I really appreciate in my observation of being in local government and being local government adjacent for many, many years, the primary is the place for people that are interested in this role to do this public service to get their feet wet. They learn. They may not be successful the first time, but the second time they get into this process, they have much more confidence. I think it's a great way to help people get better if they want to take part in these processes. So I would encourage that the primary stays in as an option. And with that, it would be standing for any questions. Thank you.
Questions, Mr. Jorgensen? Seeing none. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Other public comments in this bill? Ms. Russell?
Kathy Russell again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. First, I'll testify again as the executive director, and observations I've had and the calls and emails I've gotten this week have, to summarize, said, what the heck are they doing? Now I'm going to move into a personal testimony from observations of being involved in party politics actively for about 12 years now. One of the reasons I got very involved in the party is because it is a coalition. And we have two large coalitions, the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And then we have independents. When you move into the independents, you don't have an umbrella expectation of what that person will stand for. So when I've looked at these bills, I've wondered, there's one more point I want to make. The reason we're in this situation now is that the legislature, in their wisdom, some time ago, decided to make the primary ballot the place for the nomination of party candidates. This is not the only way to handle party nominations, by doing primary ballots. And so there's other ways to solve problems of eliminating candidates on the same ballot, and that's to hand it back to the parties. The next thing is, what problem are we trying to solve here? What I've heard is to give minorities a voice, to increase civility, that it's always been done. But the other piece is to get ranked choice voting in the state. That's apparent. A pilot project is always intended to expand, always. It was interesting that we're talking about small towns doing it, and at the same time talking about the cost. Who wants to do this? What I heard Mr. Shermer say is it was adopted by 2 cities. That would be logical. And that would be right in line with the one man, one vote push and the unity push to eliminate all political parties. In my world, the political parties are your first coalition in the political world. If we remove the political parties, then we're down to fiefdoms. Which candidate are you going to support? That means you have to get to know every single candidate running. Is there going to be a limit to who can run? Apparently not. How do you get to know every one of those candidates? I advocate for the political party system because it is the first coalition. It is supposed to be the first coalition. And that's all I had.
Questions from Ms. Russell? Representative Burt.
Thank you. And just on a, outside view of this, since I'm neither a Republican, Democrat, and not an independent, I am a libertarian. And to kind of work on that, it's actually in Wyoming statute that libertarians and minority parties as a whole, Constitution Party, Green Party, whichever third party may come into the state, we are actually prohibited from getting a nomination to the general election from a primary, right? So the way we actually nominate at a state convention is through basically a ranked choice style. So what if we just remove the primaries from all the parties? Make you take it back to your state conventions.
Amen.
Well, how would you do that then?
Mr.
Would you
Chairman.
not run a ranked choice through your state convention?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Russell.
Of course you would.
So then why do it, Mr. Chairman? Sorry. So if it's okay at the state convention, why would we not allow all the constituencies and districts or the state to be able to rank all candidates that are running for a particular office?
Mr. Chairman, again, I'll go back to it's the first coalition. So if you have a group of people who have agreed to gather together to make decisions, why would you open it up to the whole state? Would you do it as, would the Conservative Party do it? No, if I understood your question correctly. You would keep that selection process within the group who had agreed to produce a coalition. Did I understand your question correctly?
I think your question was if it was a caucus system, as we heard testified, it would be a very similar style to a ranked choice voting, whether it was an actual paper vote or whether it was people moving around. Was that, I think, what
Correct.
you're
Yeah,
getting at?
the measure on how we vote, whether you stand next to somebody, a paper, a computer, which we don't. Yeah, that was basically my question there. So if we're good for the party, right, to where the individual parties would rank their own members, then what this is allowing, it allows for a greater voice of the people that, and first off, I think we need to clarify that when you look at the title, it's for nonpartisan. We're not looking at putting this in the general election for the major parties. So what this particular bill would actually set up for is for a municipality that a candidate isn't running on a party. It's a nonpartisan position. So we don't, and maybe you know how a particular mayor, who's someone who's running for mayor, maybe their leanings may lean a particular left or right, or in my particular case, a center of the political spectrum. But we're not running the candidates on a party platform. So I guess, we have to clarify that we aren't pushing ranked choice vote on the general election where the Republicans or the Democrats are going to be favored on a particular election. This gives a greater voice to maybe more than just two people that want to run. You may have a candidate out there that says, I can't win because I don't have an R or D behind my name. And I can tell you that it doesn't always work, because here I am. But when you run a nonpartisan, then you can have more people, blue collar workers, or just the general people that want to get into politics because they don't like the way things are being ran, to actually have a greater voice of, one, being able to run an election, win an election, and then the voice of the people are actually being heard. So this isn't for partisan politics. And I think we need to make sure that's clear when we keep talking about how this goes, how this continues to go through. So we're getting mixed in a nonpartisan race and which party's going to come out ahead when we pass this, or if we pass this. So let's make sure we keep that clear.
And some of this is because we have the Alaska bill next, which is partisan. This one is not. But Ms. Russell, if you'd like to respond.
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right, Mr. Burt, Representative Burt. We are talking, the bill is about a town election, which is nonpartisan. So in my world, I don't understand how the ranked choice voting would be different from what we're doing right now. So the only reason, and I'm just speculating, the only reason to have ranked choice voting in this pilot project is to have it expand into partisan races. So I'm making that assumption. You're absolutely right. In a town meeting, why not? It allows, because you're in a smaller group. This is where true democracy is supposed to happen, where you don't have the representative. You're going in and you're voting directly. You go meet your town people directly. You're absolutely right. And we are conflating it. And I heard that happen all across here. So I am as confused by this as I'm sure many others are. My concern is to expand it beyond town. And in my world, I don't understand why we would do this pilot project, which has added cost, separate voter roll, all the other complications that go with it, when this is what we already do.
Further questions, Ms. Russell? Seeing none. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Oh, I do have one more in the room. Give us just a second. Mr. Link will be joining us. I did think I had everyone. Welcome, Mr. Link. The floor is yours if you want it. And it does take about 15 seconds to queue somebody up, so I've been trying diligently to keep people in the room to not have that stall. Mr. Link, can you hear us? Floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Apologies for getting in at the last minute here. Took me the whole time to realize how to actually raise my hand. Just give me one moment here.
Basic introduction, if you would.
Yeah, so I'm Matthew Link from the League of Women Voters. Over the past several years now, the League has taken a keen interest in this topic. We've put together all sorts of educational forums around the state, physically and virtually. One second. And while the League itself hasn't taken any particular position on a given voting method, it generally is in support of any sort of alternative voting method to our very dysfunctional plurality voting method that we use now. So I have several things to say here. I'll try to be as quick as I can here. Speaking as someone who's done a great deal of study on this topic. So to start with, I'm going to annoy people with a bit of what they'll probably think is pedantry. I'm especially appreciative of Senator Case for taking note of this. So a word about terminology. This phrase, ranked choice voting, as used, refers to two different voting methods. One is a voting method intended for single winner races called instant runoff voting. The other is a voting method for multi-winner races intended to achieve proportional representation called single transferable votes. This bill is about the single winner version. This bill and the next bill, it's about instant runoff voting. And these two voting methods produce starkly different results in elections. So it's a very good reason to be specific when you're talking about whichever one you're talking about. So please, I beg of you, please use the more precise language, instant runoff voting, for clarity in this bill or others like it. Okay, moving on. As I'm sure the committee is aware, around 1972, the Wyoming Constitution got a home rule amendment that ostensibly gives cities and municipalities the right to do whatever they want to do, but various Supreme Court rulings and some legislative action since then have eroded this and introduced ambiguity to the extent now that Wyoming is often considered by legal scholars to, in fact, be a so-called Dillon's rule states, which basically means that local governments in practice are constrained to only have the freedom to exercise powers explicitly defined by the state government. So how does this relate to this bill? Well, I'm a fan of lots of alternative voting methods, other kinds of alternative voting methods. Yes, there's more than one. And I'm a bit concerned that this bill may ironically end up limiting the amount of the ability of local governments to adopt any of these other kinds of voting methods. For example, I would like to see my city adopt something like approval voting or score voting to select its city council, school board, any other nonpartisan elections.
So can we keep it on ranked choice voting?
Yep. And my fear is that if there were an attempt to do so, they might get slapped in the face by a lawsuit stating that they're not allowed to do this because the legislature already narrowly defined their freedom to use alternative voting methods to this very specific one. So I'm strongly in favor of giving local governments the right to choose how they elect their local officials. But I would like to see something like this bill extended to other kinds of alternative voting methods rather than solely instant runoff voting. And in fact, if I could go one step further, I'd like to see a bill that not only enshrines the use of single winner alternative voting methods, but one which also confers to local governments the power to use multi-winner voting methods to achieve proportional representation in multi-person representative bodies. Okay, now I want to address some of the fiscal impacts mentioned by Kai Schoen earlier. Some of the cost involved in instant runoff voting comes from the complexity of counting and auditing it reliably due to its somewhat tricky winner selection algorithm, as well as the added complexity of the ballot itself. In the future, the committee may wish to consider other voting methods that are simpler than instant runoff voting in ways that substantially reduce their cost of adoption and regular use. In fact, the elegant simplicity of something like approval voting addresses a lot of these concerns that I've heard other in the public have about complexity interfering with auditability, interfering with transparency. So it can address those things while simultaneously producing better results. Okay, I'm not going to hit on that point. The last thing I want to hit on here is just provide a little bit of pushback is I've heard some people claim that instant runoff voting ensures that winners in an election have majority support. Well, not only is the abstract majority constructed by instant runoff voting fundamentally different from a majority that can sometimes be established in an election that uses our current voting method, but instant runoff voting also can't ensure that a majority is always achieved, because anytime you allow for ballots with incomplete voter rankings, like they did in the recent Alaskan election, you can create situations where voters have their favored candidates knocked out in a runoff round, and then they don't have any rankings behind that candidate to move up next in the next runoff simulation to continue contributing their voter input to the voter selection process. And when such situations happen, you can end up with a scenario where the final winner tally after these rounds of simulated runoffs, where the winner actually has less tallies than what would constitute a majority of all the ballots cast in the election. So this is why anyone looking into an alternative voting method as a means to enhance public confidence in the winner should really consider a different attribute for measuring the quality of a voting method than whether it establishes some kind of majority or not. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say. So I'm open for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Link. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, some of those considerations in upcoming years for this committee to delve into other interesting voting methods. All right, anyone else left in the audience wishes to testify on this bill? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure or discussion? Moved by Duncan, seconded by Case. I don't know if we need to go through it page by page on any amendments. Anyone have any amendments or discussion they want to share? Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to achieve is that we make sure that we include the May municipal elections as well, and that if the elections are conducted by the county clerk, that the municipality choosing to do this would reimburse the clerk for the cost of the election.
Josh?
Or reimburse the county. It's not a personal thing, obviously.
Is that an amendment you can do on short order? Where it'd be placed, so conceptually including the May election, and that the municipality would be responsible for reimbursing the county clerk for the extra election expenses?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, just one more thing, if it's friendly to the second, is to allow the municipality at its option to, in implementing this, choose not to have municipal candidates on the primary election and only on the general election under a ranked choice mechanism.
I didn't ask for a second yet, but is there a second to that amendment?
I'm asking if it'd be friendly to my second.
Okay, it's now seconded, the actual amendment. Committee discussion on expanding it to a municipal May election and just having one election with ranked choice voting without two separate primary and general.
As an option, Mr. Chairman.
As an option.
Yeah, they could still do it through a primary general.
No discussion, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, that motion's carried. Back on the bill, further discussion. Anyone on the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the bill, and while I'm at it, same arguments will apply to the Alaska version bill too. I must say I was greatly intrigued with the idea of ranked choice voting when it first surfaced a few years ago. Intellectually, it has a good deal of appeal. We've now seen it tried in a number of places, and in my judgment, it has not been successful in dealing with highly contested elections where it is actually used. And I think that what goes on is that enough people either understand it and choose not to rank more than one candidate, or get confused and wind up not using the ranking system. And so that you get biases in who does the ranking and who doesn't. I think sometimes there's also problems with in which order ranked votes get looked at and which ones they don't. And you get a situation where you can get candidates who a majority disapproves of that wind up winning. And Mr. Chairman, there's an old English expression that says that something is too clever by a half. And I suspect that applies to these ranked choice voting systems. They do sound intriguing, but from what I've seen in practice, I don't think they work. And I'm therefore going to vote against this bill, even though I think this is potentially less harmful than the other one. I think they both should go down.
Further discussion, Representative Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I just need to make a quick comment. Everyone keeps talking about how confusing ranked choice voting is. But in reality, we're doing it every day, every single day. When you are filling out a survey, when you're doing something online, you're doing something at work, at the store, at the school, you know, what is your top 3 choices of this or whatever? You're doing ranked choice. Pick your top 3 favorite movies. Pick your top 3 favorite choices for school. You know, all these different types of choices. We're doing ranked choice all the time in every aspect of our lives, everywhere, in every single thing we do. It's the same concept. It's the exact same thing we're doing in this. So it's the same. It's no different. So the mathematical, the concept, everything is exactly the same. So it's not confusing. It's just being used in a different type of format. Schools are using it. Grocery stores are using it. Facebook is using it. We're all doing it in other aspects everywhere in our life. So it's not as confusing as it seems. So I just want it, you know, out there that it people keep trying to say it's confusing, but it's not necessarily as confusing as we may think it is. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Okay. Trust the voters. Representative Roscoe?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being an independent has something to do with it, but also I have faith in our voters, contrary to some people. And I think, and I agree with Representative Duncan that it is not as complicated. We're making it complicated, but it does give us some freedom to try something new. I think think it allows democracy to work better, to express our freedom and to try something that might be better than what's going on right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Blackburn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think from what I've heard today and some phone calls I've gotten, not many, but I think the people are just worried about what happens after we do this little test. What's the outcome afterwards? Where are we going afterwards? I think that's what they're worried about.
I would agree. Any other comments for the vote? All right, Clarissa, if you'd call the roll call vote on. Oh. Hi, Anna. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there isn't a staff comment in the bill where you have to decide when the pilot project is going to happen, begin and end. And I will note that I have this bill applying to elections starting after January 1st of 2024. Obviously, that's up to you, but I just wanted to note that.
Committee, do we need an end to a pilot program? I would imagine if this bill actually passed all the way, a municipality would come and say, we want to engage, and we would wait till after an election cycle. I don't know if we need an end date in my mind, but if other people think we should, happy to hear it. Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure we do need it. I mean, we could repeal the law all the time, but if I could ask a general question, municipalities, is it possible for you to hold your May election on the off year? Like on 23? Otherwise, we could just say do it on 24 and go forward. And I don't know the answer to this.
Mr. Frazier, if you know, if not, I can have LSO try to find it quickly. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Interestingly, and I'm going to get out of my depth quickly, but interestingly, those that do a May election Some do in the even years and some do in the odd years.
Okay.
And so so could they be put on this, onto the same cycle? Yeah, but there'd be some acrobatics necessary in terms of length of terms and all that kind of stuff. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I know that the amendment has already passed, but may I make a comment about that? Well, I'm concerned, I get why you would want the municipalities to pay, to pay for that if them participating in the pilot would increase the costs of the election. What I'm concerned about is that if you want municipalities to participate in this, I'm worried about those areas where they're not, where it's not currently costing them to have an election. And then under this language, there would be a new expense for that. And so if you did go that direction, I would, and I'll say this in the session, if you know what I mean, I think it would be smart to make that language more about paying whatever increased cost that would impact above what the cost had been. And the other reason I say that, because from our perspective, it's fine because it's still optional. But I just think by with that amendment, it might cause some cities that might try it to not try it because they'd be facing a new expense.
You have a question?
Mr. Chairman, in response to that, may be a good catch. In terms of municipalities that conduct their own elections, I mean, it's obvious they can do this in a paper ballot manner, I think. But in terms of municipalities that have clerks conduct their elections, I agree with you totally that, I mean, I think the amendment, and just look around the room, we only were talking about the additional costs involved, not for them to take over paying for the entirety of the election when they weren't doing it before. So is that understood? And can we agree on that without having to review the amendment? And Josh, would that be understood by you? So I think we cleared that up, and thank you, Mr. Fraser, for that catch.
Thanks. So no other comments from the committee. I don't think we need a timeline, Ms. Johnson, only because if this were ever to happen in a couple of years, we would all anxiously see how it goes, see complaints, and I'm sure a future legislature would decide what to do. Another question?
I'm sorry. B on page 6 indicates the pilot project shall begin on whatever. So do you want me to just put January 1, 2024, like the section 4?
You probably need a motion officially, change the language. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I think it would be really hobnob and rush to do it in a municipal election in May, and it's not very many people are going to do that. So let's just do it after 2024.
So for process, Senator Case made that motion. Representative Duncan seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Back in the bill for the discussion committee. Seeing none, question being called. Clarissa, now if you'd call the roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 23 OSO 191, municipal nonpartisan ranked choice elections as amended. Senator Boner submitted an absentee vote of aye. Senator Case. Senator Nethercott excused. Senator Scott. Representative Blackburn. Representative Burt. Representative Clausen. Representative Duncan. Representative Ayre. Representative LeBeau.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Representative Roscoe. Co-Chairman Driscoll. Chairman Zwanitzer. Mr. Chairman, we have 8 ayes, 5 noes, 1 excused.
All right, committee, I think we're that time for lunch. I know the agenda says to be back at 1:30. Everybody thinks they can make that work? Let's try it for 1:30. If I get a quorum back at 1:30, we'll kick it off. Director Schoen, are you still here after lunch? Okay, well, at least on behalf of this committee and your 16, 17, 18 years of work on elections in Wyoming, in whatever new capacity, we thank you for your service and wish you the best. revisions.